about the level 2 evacuations.
Battalion 138.
For the line fire. We've got the radio on, so it'll interrupt what I'm saying. But welcome, friends. I wanted to do a different stream about.
304's just got dispatched to an unknown fire type just to the west of you, 14141, and State Highway 138. Say they're looking to the south, have some smoke in the area. Is that going to be your incident as well? Are you able to confirm?
One moment.
Stand by. We're checking out the location.
Welcome, friends.
138 copy.
We've got scary images of the line fires flare up. They're working on it. I haven't heard too much on the radio right now, but Angeles Oaks is under level 2 evacuation. Hey, Billy Bob, welcome. The smoke is starting to reach you.
305.
Medication 305.
Yeah, how's it looking over there? And
I just want to confirm AMR made it on scene. I know there's a gap there and deeper tight roads. We're working our way in still.
all right, you got to give me. Bear with me, friends. I've had sinus problems and my ears are a little plugged up. I'm trying my best to understand the radio. If you guys can help me, I really appreciate it. Hey, Grumpy Gamer Guy, welcome. Boy, guys, I was setting up today the membership party thing, and while I was out, I started hearing about the new flare-up on the line fire. So welcome. There's memberships now, but let's check out the line fire first. The official party comes later.
26 is going to work out down your and check. We'll keep 304 coming for now. He'll come up on command 6.
We've got some Big Bear Lake.
Copy. Break 304 from 138. You copy. 140 traffic.
Sort of scary images. So this is one heck of a sunset. Look at the 6-hour time lapse of today, and it's just getting closer and closer. So it's more important to do a fire stream than do a party for memberships. I guess we're doing both. I don't feel festive, but you know what? The show has to go on.
Engine 304 from Battalion 138.
But hey, Tassie Man, welcome. How's our mutual friend doing?
Did you copy 140's traffic? They're going to get Soup 6 over there to help investigate, but they're going to continue for now. Just come up on 3 command 6.
Medication 305. AMR did make it on scene. They are unable to confirm if they can handle it this time.
Oh, goodness. Okay. There are other little fires.
Copy. We're just working our way in.
Copy.
I was trying to set up more of a festive party thing, but you know what? The show has to go on, and whether or not you feel well or it's some people I know have been devastated by the hurricane back east. I don't really know how to help them, but all my family came out okay, but I've had other devastating family news, which has been part of why I'm absent. I'm trying to get to California as soon as possible. It looks like now it might be around October 16th through November 1st. So we'll discuss that later. Thank you so much, Grumpy, for being the first official channel member here. Everybody who signs up early, I'm going to call you guys my official first, because many people have been asking. But thank you, Grumpy. You're wonderful. I'll explain channel memberships a bit later. But if we can meet, if just 100 people did $10, we'll meet the goal of 1,000, and YouTube will match the first 1,000, and that'll really get us some good gear for the channel, not just laptop and get me in California, but audio gear. We need lights and decent sound and thermal cameras and stuff is what I would love to have, so I could show you guys heat, from a distance. California Cat, welcome everybody. So I'm sorry, I just hit the button to turn them on because we have a limited time here, but the official launch party will be after whatever happens here today. It's much more important to see what's going on and see if there's going to be any new evacuations. This is the look at the line fire, which has just sort of roared back to life. So this is looking to the southwest from the Big Bear Lake. I've never been there before, so if you friends can help guide me. We're listening to the radio called San Bernardino County High Desert, San Bernardino County Fire High Desert, but I think we need to investigate other broadcast-fi channels. There hasn't been that much going on this one. Watch Duty's been one of the main sources. Husky's been on it, so has Spyman. We make sure they know I'm live. Oh, I should probably tweet that I'm live. So it looks like there's bad weather coming in. So I've been working as much as I could behind the scenes to get channel memberships going. I had to purchase a bunch of graphics and all that stuff. It'll be pretty fun when we could set it up. But, meanwhile, back at the ranch, it's we've got aircraft. Part
Small vegetation fire, medic engine 332, southbound I-15, mile marker 55, between I-15, on-ramp south, and I-15, exit 161, off-ramp south.
I'll read you what Watch Duty says about it. It has been a while since we've been reading about line fire evacuations. Oh, let me log in off of screen real quick. So, it's been some of the hardest days of my life, but the show's got to go on, and people need us, friends. So I was hoping this would be more. Let's look to a brighter future and the fun things that I plan to give to you guys for your kind support. The new ways we can hang out together, and we'll get to that. I was hoping they would give us more info. We've got San Bernardino County's Facebook page here. This is a fire that just won't die.
Medic engine 76, Oasis Road and Mono Road.
Let me log in to Watch Duty off screen. Just give me just a second. Here it is. Here's their Facebook page. And what they've been saying 4 hours ago, I don't know if that is still...
304, law enforcement's been started.
I don't know if that's still valid, or I really wish we'd have a lot more official word. Did you guys get the text message that came out with San Bernardino County that said, that there was additional activity? It mentions it here that San Bernardino, they ordered a bunch of tankers. We can see them still in the air right now. Where's the update that they said happened? Yeah, wireless emergency alert for Seven Oaks. That was the evacuation order that came by 3 hours ago. Just got home 1 hour ago, and instead of being able to go live, I struggled with the channel membership button. Sorry, friends. There are a bunch of hoops that I had to go through YouTube. It got bugged, and then I solved it. So let's see here. An evacuation order for Seven Oaks. So this is what they said was a wireless emergency alert. I got the links to those, I believe, in the description of my video. Oh, wow. There's like a map for when they come out.
Again, with 304, truck 304.
Yeah, there are two different active sections. So let's just read the Watch Duty summary, if I can, in between the radio. And welcome, friends. Let me turn chat back on. Hey, to Bashwood, thank you, Tazzy. Thanks for being egg. With the you guys are so wonderful. To Bashwood, one of the top tier supporters. I really wanted
304.
this
304.
to be a party, so we're going to delay that. It will be.
Go for medic ambulance 304.
But you guys are wonderful. We've got a Phoenix theme, so I made different color feathers. So
That's negative. We can handle.
I'll explain those later. But you guys are so wonderful. Thank you for your kind support. Hey, Evelyn says, yeah, new evac order.
Center, shoot 6.
Yeah, wrist surgery tomorrow. Oh no.
6, go ahead.
Good luck on it, Evelyn. Welcome. Thanks for being here. So it looks like there are two different active sections, and the two different emergency alerts went to the two different.
Go ahead for comm center.
Hang on.
In reference to this fire type unknown on State Highway 138, the notes state the RP was looking west. Is it possible they were looking east?
They're trying to find.
Attempt to call back.
Yeah, they're trying to find a couple small smoke
Okay,
fires.
Plotting just where the phone call came from.
What's
RP's at that address.
Okay, yeah, Horse Thief Canyon will be off to the east, and it's probably the same fire that we're on, Silver Fire.
I copy. Are you comfortable with medic engine 304 canceling?
That's affirmative.
Copy. Break medic engine 304 cancel.
okay? So there's a whole. Apologize. There's a whole lot of other chatter. I just want to make sure with San Bernardino County that we're on the right radio. They really aren't saying too much about the actual line fire. So I'm checking San Bernardino County, the offline things, and Husky isn't here. Let me make sure he knows that I'm live, and let me make sure a couple others. Hey, Spyman, I'm live. Not Spider-Man, Spyman phone. Jeez. So, excuse me, friends. I got to take a drink of tea here. Okay, I don't see a more active radio.
Medic engine 26, medic ambulance 25 cancel.
If you guys do, please let me know. The high desert one has been a little bit active, but let me explain that. Excuse me, situation.
Medic engine 304 cancel.
Okay, so 2 different emergency alerts, it looks like, went out. Seven Oaks is evacuated. How big is that place, guys? I'm not very familiar with it, and it's been more than a week since I looked over here. Angeles Oaks, these are popular areas, is now on warning, so they should be ready to go, packed up, ready to go. Some of the cameras have been pretty intense. So let's take a look at them and do some time lapse and then look at then we'll look at the satellites. Right now, the current location of the different aircraft, let's do a quick view, is we still have, and I don't know how to listen to the aircraft. If anybody does, you let me know.
304, I'm going to show you available.
Excuse me. Okay, so we've got a bunch of helicopters still. They did have VLATs on the scene.
304.
Got,
ambulance 304, go ahead. You can cancel SO.
yeah, we've got the.
Center copies canceling SO.
There may be too much medical to really listen to this live. Yeah, I heard that it was pretty small. Angeles Oaks, what about the size of that community? I thought that was pretty small as well. Now, if we look at the weather, CalTopo, let's look at our heat. Let's see the wind plot. And friends, YouTube told me to make a community post for members only. And guys, we're not making an exclusive club or anything. It's not what's happening. It's just another way that people can donate. And we're doing the donation drive so we can meet the $1,000 match goal. It's just that YouTube requires me to give special bonus perks to people who become members.
53 responding to a fire on Lono and Oasis.
Center copies.
So I'm supposed to also reassure people nothing changes for people who don't join memberships. The cheapest one is $2.99, I believe, because they still take 30% of everything. But I don't mind giving people sneak previews who donate and support us because I want to stay ad-free and on the air. And you guys are so wonderful. Thank you, donors and mods. I wanted this to be like a mini party. Open up the actual physical mail. And, when my glass desk exploded, that really put a damper on things. But I've found it all, and I've gotten the glass off of all of my mail now, I believe. I had to take a horsehair brush and brush every piece of paper, many, many hundreds, probably thousands of pieces of paper over the past 2 weeks to get glass dust out of it. I had some infection of it when it got in my knuckles. So I was a little bit out of my head for a couple of days, but I'm all right now. But that's just been the way it is. It's chaos sometimes. The show's got to go on, right? So right now we've got wind in just so many different directions. It's hard to, it's kind of hard to see it because it's got that green animation. But what we can do is look at let's see, what are our heat maps right now? Goes detections. I don't see any. What is that, 1614? Oh, thank you, Grumpy. I hate it when I'm caught off guard.
Medic engine 321, El Mirage Road, and El Mirage Airport Road.
I thought there'd be pizza and beer. Thanks, J Cat. Yes. So,
Medic engine 76.
yes, you guys will get special treats. But nothing life-saving will ever be behind a paywall, and I'd still. don't plan to do advertisements.
There's not going to be an address. It's going to be correct locations, fire pit.
Sorry, excuse me. We have to listen to the radio. I'm a bit puzzled why the ghost detections are not occurring here. We have plenty of heat showing on the cams. I mean, there's
Abdominal pain Alpha 3, Medic Ambulance 10A, 1414, Sunny Slope Road, between Valley View Road and Pine Tree Road.
I don't drink, but yes, I have pizza cupcakes and all that, and milk. We take shots of milk. So here's our 24-hour time lapse of what's been going on by Big Bear Lake. This camera is Snow Summit West, and this was, I guess, a 6-hour is more compelling. And we've got a nice, lovely because it's polluted, air polluted by the smoke. Sunset going on down there at San Bernardino, and if you feel like you need to evacuate, I would do so now because you're on level 2 and you still have daylight. So if you really feel uncomfortable, absolutely leaving before you're told is the best option. Going to bed when a fire is right next to you with the smoke coming your way, just going if you have somewhere to go while it's still daylight and while it's not chaos or anything, can be the best choice, especially if you feel like you have a special circumstance. You'd have to have, you may not be able to get warned unless somebody knocked on your door at night. We've got the wind pointed at the communities right now. We'll have to check it. We have plenty of just eerie images. We'll look and see how close it is. Here's our Keller Peak 1 right now. Let's do a. This is our 6-hour time lapse. Now, part
321.
321
Oh.
also reports that this could be at El Mirage Road at Tanner, which is approximately 1 to 1.5 blocks to the east of the location.
I'm sorry, I should have explained. There's a join button now. It should show up. Do you guys see it? Sorry, the radio. Do you guys see the join button? It should explain how you get the different feather colors, which each month that you are a member, you upgrade in status, like as a color. Like I was going to have a theme where everybody's an egg for like their first day, and the egg cracks, and you're like a hatchling for your the next month. It's like each month that you stay a member, YouTube gives you more bling. It's called a badge, and that's what the feather is. So you get a special name of your coloring of your name to show. It shows people that you are a supporter, in that way. I wish I could give. I mean, PayPal doesn't take any cut, and neither does Cash App or Venmo. You guys are super supporters through it because it doesn't take a cut. I wish I could make you guys shine out with golden beacons and golden names, especially those who have supported for years. But I can't. YouTube won't let me. What I can do is try to read people's names who are comfortable with that out loud who donate. But it's been very difficult to try to contact everybody to say, is it okay to put your name on the air? So this is our live image right now. I want to check the other cams, but you are absolutely appreciated. It's just that when you join memberships,
water tender 56.
Water tender 56.
hang on, friends.
Center water tender 56. Turn the incident over to the landowner. I'll be returning by way of water. About 20 minutes out of service. I'll advise when I'm back.
Sure, copy.
Okay, so Keller Peak 1. Let's look at its beam. I'm unfamiliar with the region, guys, so you guys help me try to figure out what it's looking at. We've got different areas. The cameras I'm interested in the most, of course, they're over at the Big Bear Lake kind of those are ski lifts or something, right? Yeah, Snow Summit is showing the smoke go directly towards it, almost towards the lake and the community. So this is the last night's fire footprint, or whenever they measured it. I'm not sure why CalTopo isn't showing new heat flare-ups right now, but hey, we'll investigate that in a minute. I just want to know what the forecast is to see about tonight, see if any of these folks are at risk. Having a level 2 evacuation for Angeles Oaks. Okay, so I wish they did a better job of actually labeling on a street map, like where are these places. Hey, thanks, Spyman. Thank you. Spyman. Oh no. Oh no no no. Don't super chats like that. Spyman, we're doing a donation drive for channel memberships. If we can raise $1,000, then I can't refund you that. Oh crap. Okay, guys, try not to do super chats and stickers. If we can raise $1,000 through memberships, then YouTube gives me 1,000 as a match. But we have only 15 days to do so. So what you can do is you can buy channel memberships for others who can't afford it right now by gifting them. But thank you so much. I'll take that $20 and I'll buy $20 of channel memberships for people. Spyman, thank you. But I'm not sure we can reach this goal, but it would be wonderful if we could. Do become a member. The cheapest, hit the join button, and it's the cheapest was $2.99. So all we need is 100 people to pledge $10.
Traffic collision, medic engine 305, medic ambulance 305, northbound 15, between Oak Hill and Ranchero, between Oak Hill Road and I-15, off-ramp north.
Oh, sorry, we're learning about new fires through the radio, but yeah, no biggie. I will take that $20. And let me write a note right now, Spyman, with your generous $20. I'll buy, if I can, I think it lets me. I'll buy people. Let's see, what is it? $1.99? I can't remember my own pricing tier. We'll buy 10 people or 8 because YouTube takes 30%. But yeah, we'll do this. We'll do 8 to 10 people here. We'll just make it a 10. I'll just match that because you guys have been such wonderful supporters. It's supposed to be all explained and it's supposed to be like a party situation, but we have to go live because of the line fire before it's all ready. But that'll come. I'll explain all of it, friends. So what you can do is buy memberships for others, and it'll be a 1 month thing.
Medic ambulance 305A.
Medic ambulance
Yeah.
305A.
Sweet. Thank you, Spyman. So cool. Thanks. Well,
Medic ambulance 305A. I can't aware.
okay. Yeah. Back to the line fire. Remember, that's our emergency. Thank you, friends.
Traffic collision, medic ambulance 305A, northbound.
Okay. I gotta stop listening to that. We gotta stop listening at this traffic collisions. Husky, could you listen to this for us? San Bernardino High Desert. It's just almost 100% medical right now. We did hear about a couple other fires that people were reporting in the area, that Angeles Oaks area. So let's see. Many of them seem to be looking at the same thing, so they're going out and taking a look anyway to make sure it's all right. But San Bernardino is a big county. Okay, so let's look here. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, friends, mods, supporters. And the Phoenix theme was supposed to be a whole bunch of eggs, but what I was able to purchase for graphics were feathers. So we'll explore the different feather covers in a minute. But every single month that you do become a member and stay a member, your feather color increases in coolness and flashy coolness. So, but thank you, friends, for the donations, because that keeps it ad-free for others. We just can't have ads playing over the top of emergency information. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. Welcome. So you guys become eggs, hatchlings, then flyers, and then like total phoenix. Oh, gosh, did you become a phoenix? Let me see who did. I was listening to the radio. J-Cat the fledgling, awesome. Eggling, thank you, grumpy guy. You're the first phoenix, man. Thank you for the phoenix tier, the $100 tier. Thank you. Yeah, that's something I don't know is how long does it take your feather to change? Some people you can buy at your tier whatever you want months ahead, I believe. So you could like buy 6 months ahead, but I think until the 6th month comes, your feather color may not change. So anybody I believe this is the way it works. Anybody who signs up now, even for the $2 one, as long as you stay a member and don't cancel, and it'll renew once a month, I believe, then your feather colors should be the elite one. Everybody who signs up first. That's what I hope happens. And you guys are so wonderful. Okay, so help me with the whole trying to track the smoke and try to figure out which communities might be, possibly impacted. They have closed the SR 330 in both directions from Highland Avenue to Live Oak. Do we have any new actual watch duty information? Yeah, that's it. Just says Angeles Oaks, but we'll look at this. This is what they were saying on CAL FIRE. Line fire, the smoke today, this is 4 hours ago, is coming from the Santa Ana River drainage. Firefighters are working on it. Air tankers are on order, and we just saw them work. We saw some airplanes there. Right now, they've still got some helicopters. We are expecting this fire activity. Please take precautions with smoky air today. But that was 4 hours ago, and then 2 hours ago was roughly 2 hours ago was the wireless emergency alert. 3, I guess, almost, for Angeles Oaks being at level 2, or 7 Oaks, excuse me. 7 Oaks being evacuated, and Angeles Oaks evacuation warning. So the smoke column is widely visible throughout Inland Empire. Yeah. It's 40,220 plus acres, according to the Intel aircraft. They didn't say when that mapping occurred, but this is a couple hours old info. The fire perimeter advisement says, please note that the fire maps indicate general burn area, but of course they save buildings and things inside of the area. It doesn't mean that everything's gone, even if it's within this perimeter. So they've got I was hoping they would have some regular photos that people take. Oh, this is just a link to the cam, the Keller Peak 2. Okay, so evacuation order for 7 Oaks is there. And then this is our map of warning. So there's the order for 7 Oaks, and then this is the warning for Angeles Oaks. Yeah, that looks pretty small. I remember looking at it now. So the order has no expiration date. I believe it says that it does, but I wouldn't think so. This is a dynamic situation. So it says it came across people's phone and said, this is the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department with an important message. On Sunday, September 29, 2024, there's an immediate evacuation order for the community of 7 Oaks, and please drive safe. Yes. Never drive nuts in a fire. There is no excuse to drive crazy. If you feel like panicky that you need to drive crazy, then the window of opportunity to leave by car already closed, and you need to shelter in place. Like, do not ever drive crazy, or faster than you can see, the smoke in front of you, because you are one car accident away, or coming upon one and ramming into it, from blocking out perhaps some of the only exits here that these communities have. One car accident can totally block a highway, and it's the traffic jams that are deadly. There's always places in a community that are safe for shelter in place. You just have to think about them, like bigger parking lots and recently plowed fields and big places that are, of that nature. So, yes, please drive safe. Be cautious, obey all traffic laws. Absolutely. And check on your neighbors. Make sure that they're aware, make sure they can go, make sure they have gas in their car, and remember, put people in your car before objects. So that was, what time exactly did that come to people's phones? 15:42-ish, around what? So almost 4 o'clock. Okay, sorry, I don't memorize military time. All right, let's look at the other cams. What a muddy sunset. All right, anything else that they have made as an update? Not really. I was really hoping for a little bit more. Let's refresh. Maybe I missed it. Oh, didn't. So that's the U.S. Forest Service and CAL FIRE San Bernardino. Let's go to the Forest Service, see it on their page. Yeah, 1 hour ago they had new information. Angeles Oaks now under evacuation warning, and people with pets and livestock should leave right now. And that's absolutely what I advise. Is my personal choice, if I were in this situation, would never be to sleep on it. Go to sleep if at night sometime I possibly could be told to leave in the middle of the night. It's just better, and you can sleep much better to leave during daytime and before you're told to. That kind of anxiety just bothers me. I'd never be able to sleep. But definitely, if you do have special needs or know anybody else, now's the time to call the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office and give the name, address, and phone number to anybody that you think may not know about this, needs special help, may not have the wherewithal mentally, and just say, check on this person should level 3s pop and the situation gets more serious. So check out the Lakeview Big Bear 1 cam. Yes, thank you. If you guys can tell me, hey, which cams to look at, absolutely, that would help. So let's go and check them right now. And it takes me a while to kind of think about which communities these are facing, so do help me out with that. I really haven't been to this area my entire life. So let's see, the Lakeview Big Bear 1. Okay. Let's see, Lake Big Bear 1. Thank you guys who have joined with the channel memberships. This I'm excited about. I'm sorry I'm a little subdued here, but we'll continue. Now, when we can have the actual membership party, I'll tell you guys about the California plans. Right now, we may be able to go right around the 16th or 17th and come back right before my nasal passage surgery in early November. But I may be able to leave in just a couple of days if I could get the laptop in order. So it's going to depend on if my surgeon can see me and which dates. But the surgery date is scheduled. Sorry, it might buffer for 1 second, friends. I'm reconnecting my internet VPN. That one wasn't good. Let me know if we buffer, friends. You're lurking and footballing? Ah, okay. I know there's a lot of people that are watching the rescues and stuff going on with the remnants of the hurricane. It's not a good day to launch anything, but hey, what can we do? Okay, so the Lakeview Big Bear 1, yeah. I've been playing a couple of this is the last hour. I've been playing a couple of replays of it. It's just, wow. Hey, Nick. Nick was gifted. Oh, you're doing your gifting. Thank you so much, Debash. You're so wonderful. Awesome job. I'll be doing that too. Oh, I got to tell Bugs Bunny. Debash, you are just supporter number 1. You're so wonderful. All the years that you've supported, I want to just give you a hug, not just a thank you. Yeah, let's look at Killer Peak. I haven't checked them yet. Yeah, it's, I've had very, very, very bad news lately, and we're on. But it could turn out okay for some of it. We'll talk about that later. It's just it's time. It's time to go see my family. Now let's see the other cams that might show the fire approaching. We're trying to go to Killer Peak. We checked on that. This is at 6 hour. So which direction are we looking, and which way is the smoke column consistently going? On watch duty, they were explaining that there were two active parts of the fire. So let's see, the earlier announcement kind of explained it. So they said the line fire was already burning actively in the Santa Ana River drainage. It produced most of the smoke yesterday, and the firefighters are directing the fire down to the Santa Ana River. So they wanted it to burn down to it because there's no way to if you can't access it and you can't put it out, then you make it go. You stop it from going where it wants, and that forces it to go the only place it can, right? So they'll let it go to um, down to the Santa Ana River proper. Burning material that is rolling downhill into the drainage is going down there and burning back up slope to the black, and that's good. That's going to protect the community. Somebody already asked, why don't you just put it out? Why do we have to breathe this smoke? Why are you directing it or letting it go down to the Santa Ana River? And that's to protect you. I can answer that one. That's to protect you. I mean, yeah, if they could reach everything and have this a done deal over with, they would have done that. But the community needs protection from this crazy amount of fuel that has been building up. And in rough terrain, where they're fighting it and where it's located, the only way to continuously protect the community is reduce that fire load. So you want that to happen before crazy Santa Ana winds and stuff arrive. Anything now that can burn out while it's relatively compared to Santa Ana's, that can happen any day now. Santa Ana's run through October through January. So what I've been doing the last couple of weeks is trying my best to rest and prepare for Santa Ana wind season. Now this California's worst fire season has begun. It begins pretty much October 1st. Now the two most dangerous months are October and November, before the rains of November come, before the wet season. Now these are when California's worst fires have started and devastated, almost to a T. And some can even begin for Southern California if they have a drier December. That's when, like, the Thomas Fire of 2017 happened. Santa Ana's people are like, is she done with 2024? No, and we are not done with 2024. I'm just trying to prepare for it. That's why I cannot go to California without a robust laptop or strapping onto my back my own supercomputer and hauling it around with me. I'll never forget, I got the Rude Awakening, and this is our live image. I just also got a watch duty. I'll never forget the Rude Awakening, the thing that got me into wildfire tracking, that woke me up. I used to be as ignorant as anybody else about fire danger. The thing that woke me up that fires can take out towns, in the 21st century I called my dad October 13th or so, 2017. Hey, what's up? He goes, the fires were bad. And I said, I know, Santa Rosa and all that. He goes, no, Bangor and Loma Rica burned down the same night, and we lost our family friend. Because that had been on October 10th, I believe. So that was 2017. And so PG&E, the power company, lit, like, I don't know, they killed many people that night and started at least at 8, somewhere between 8 to 15 different fires the same night, and burned down multiple towns. So, yeah. Hey, Nick Giles, how are you? How are you doing? Thank you for becoming members, friends. You're so wonderful. Afrak, thank you. Thank you for joining us. I wanted to do a channel membership launch party, but we've got the line blowing up, so we're gonna check it out. I just need to tell people that you need to prepare right now. There's windows of opportunity where you might get burn days, or you might get colder days to take care of your property. Do so now. Home hardened now. Santa Ana Diablo wind season. When did Paradise happen? November 8th. When did Santa Rosa burned down? When did Cascade Fire happen that nearly killed my friend? That's October 10th. When did the Thomas Fire? That was in December or January. When did Oakland Firestorm begin? That was, I believe, in October, wasn't it? Oakland Firestorm. Now we're waiting for the infrared. We'll be able to see the outlines of the fire a lot more clearly. Oakland Firestorm. Let's just take a look. Oh, yeah, I'm not a robot. I just have a VPN. 1991, October 19th. So hold on to your butts, guys. I needed a little more time than I thought to prepare, but we got to do it now. Stay busy. Do it now. Evelyn Turner says in Kentucky they used to use inmates to clean the underbrush to prevent fires like this. Yeah, that would be a good plan, I think. so long as it was clear that it wasn't slavery, you know. I've heard about that controversy, and that kind of corruption has been pretty awful. But as long as it was clearly a volunteer program, but yeah, something needs to happen like that. Remember, pretty much all of Oakland burned down. I mean, huge chunks of it in the Oakland Hills. 2,843 single-family dwelling units and 437 apartments burned down in October in Oakland in the firestorm due to Diablo winds, which are almost the same thing as Santa Ana's. It's just it's the same phenomenon for the north. Not exactly, but they tend to go at the same time. So we can't forget that just in a couple of days, the 19th and the 20th in 1991, 25 people killed, including firefighters trying to rescue them. 150 pretty serious injuries, 1,500 acres, and huge amounts of neighborhoods. This is absolutely traumatic, and it was more than $1.5 billion of damage at the time, $3 billion in last year's dollars, which means $4 billion in today's dollars. We've had such crazy inflation. So I just want to show you guys the what are Diablo winds. I don't have time for the educational spiel I usually do. You can check it out here. Thank you guys for participating in the fundraiser. This is basically the best explainer that you can get, and I just linked it in the chat there for you. So, Spinny Dude, how are you? And do you have some more information on the line? Have you been following it? Hey, thanks, Polar, so much for being here. Let's see here. Urban said trail fire off the North Fork of Fish Creek Pack Unit Trail, southeast of Deer Creek Monument, Fremont and Teton counties. 11,881 acres. Containment status updated 3 hours ago. Rated by watch duty. Where is that? Teton County, Urban. I'm not sure about it, but thank you, friends. Yeah, we'll see if they request the nighttime helicopters. I bet you they get them. So I was just reading here about the 2 parts. Oh, there's a West Cliff fire at Hood River County, Oregon, on the Columbia. Let me make sure that's all right. Ooh, they're engaged in fire. They're engaged with a fire providing structure protection called the West Cliff Fire, Hood River County, Oregon. It extends down the area of the railroad tracks right on the Columbia River. So there's a view from White Salmon, Washington. We'll keep an eye on that one. Let me go back down to explaining what I was doing about the line fire. Okay. I hope that doesn't get bad. It's not as windy as it could be over in the Columbia, at least. Okay, scroll. And let's look at our live cams. Hopefully we'll go into night vision pretty soon and get a better view of all this. I like what I see here. The smoke is settling in. Let's do our 3-hour time lapse. If it settles in, it'll smother that stuff tonight. So one thing was normal and expected to happen, and that is rollout. And as I just want to repeat, if you're down there by Angeles Oaks and you're down in this area by Big Bear Lake, why would they let the fire roll out, down to the river? And that's to, like, if it's within its containment lines of burning back to the black, that means it's just going to reduce the fire load and not hurt anything. That'll be protective for when the Santa Ana winds start to blow. Spyman says starting tomorrow they're expecting a heat wave in Southern California for the next week with low humidities as well. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Debash. Right after we kind of get an assessment on this, then I'll explain memberships a little bit as much as I can understand them, and then I'll talk about going to California. Because of this heat wave thing, I'm glad I'm still here for the moment. Uncle Buzz says, seeing you back and doing what you're really good at. Thank you. Thank you for the pats on the head. So you guys who are members, we're doing this drive right here. A virtual tour says, what about the Santa Ana winds? They're not blowing right now, but it's time. It's the season of them. So they blow through October through January. But California is extremely vulnerable the month of October and November because until the wet season really comes. And that's when the worst fires have been, like Paradise, Camp, Santa Rosa, all of the fires that happened in 2017 that night. The Oakland firestorm. California's worst fire season is autumn. And the occasional freak winter fire, but that mostly applies only to Southern California. Once the snow in the Sierras begins, of course, we're good on that. But remember last year, I didn't expect it, but I did fire stream from like June until December 15th without really any breaks. Because Southern California had fires. Ventura County was the last place that was cursed last year, and they had fires until mid-December. We can't forget that the Thomas Fire, the Santa Ana wind-driven Thomas Fire of 2017, was what, the first week of December or the first week of January, or was it on New Year's? I can't remember. Yeah. Fuel moisture is low right now. Yes, Doug Anderson, thank you for being a member too. Did I ever buy a new computer desktop? I did not. I was hoping to consult you guys about that. And DeBest says, I sent you a tweet about gift memberships and loyalty badges. Ms. Catherine will help answer questions that come up about them. Thank you, because I'm a noob at this. I was always going, oh, God, is this fair? Is it fair that people who donate on Cash App and PayPal, which doesn't take a cut, are not highlighted when people that do memberships, which is a 30% cut to me, by YouTube, do? But hey, if you guys want it and it's more convenient for you, then I'll do my best to just read out the names, I guess, of the people who can donate through Cash App and PayPal. So Urban says, is it just me or is Idaho on fire? Yeah, you tell me about Idaho, because Wyoming supposedly had something that was nuclear yesterday, but I had to go to the airport and help a friend of mine who has health struggles with his computer, but now he should be able to watch Firestream again. I think I fixed it. This is our last 3 hours. If I lived there and it came close to the community but did not, impact it, I would be breathing sighs of relief. I would want as much of the fire load removed and burned off away from me as possible approaching Santa Ana wind season in Southern California. But spread the word. This is the most dangerous point. Okay, what I do like about seeing the smoke socked in is that's a reduction in wind. So let's look back at CalTopo. They were saying that let's look at our weather. Or get interrupted. Hang on, friends. The fire is burning on the north side. Oh, it is about the line fire. Okay, so refresh. Maybe this is the update we've been hoping for. The point is that there's two areas. One that they're not that concerned about. One that they are. I would just say one of lesser concern, one of greater concern. Okay, so we'll investigate both. The fire's burning. This is the brand new, a few seconds ago, watch duty update. It's burning on the north side of the Santa Ana River drainage and has made it to the Mile Creek drainage per San Bernardino National Forest on X. Highway 38 is closed from the Middle Control Road, which is north of Angeles Oaks, to Lakewood Drive, which is Lake Williams. Okay, I should probably figure out where that is. And we'll look at that tweet that announced that. Okay, so this is our breaking news tweet. Just happened a few minutes ago. Monarch Ranch Garage says, thank you for covering this. Local media stops covering fires after the first few days. Yeah, I wish I could have done more, especially after September 11th, but I was absolutely exhausted from being online most of the time, most days before September 11th, of June and July, and then much of August. That was pretty brutal of a schedule with the health concerns I have right now, plus the the weather, when it was hot, it was also brutal. But I'm healing up and I'm resting finally. Wait, Nick, are you all right? Hang on a second. I think there may have been a misclick. If we get, the more members we get, you get special emoticons, by the way, that are going to be, what happened here? The more of those special emotes we have, so instead of like a smiley face of like a person, I chose a phoenix. So I purchased those special emotes for you guys. The more members we get, the more I can add, so we can have more and more of the bird. Okay, as special smiley faces. That's what emotes are. Nick Giles, you there? I think you accidentally hit the phone and deleted Monarch Ranch Garage's message. Sorry about that, Monarch. Oh, you're very welcome. I have a button and I can't restore the message. So I'll just, that's what you said. I'll just copy and paste it. So thank you. Because what happens when it's deleted like that is it disappears from the chat record. And so I look crazy when I'm talking to people where their messages were disappeared. Hey, Nick, did you put the phone in your pocket and accidentally touch it? As Nick Giles, the moderator, did that. I'm sure it was an accident. So here's our thing that I'm retweeting. I didn't tweet, I was live. Oh my God. Okay, doing it. If you guys keep me on track, that helps. Okay, let me tweet to X, share the live stream. Live wildfire tracking. Okay. Okay, I am live. It's better to be here than to have it perfect. That's what people keep reassuring me about. Man, I was going to have a pretty pro kind of party, like explaining everything, and it would just be a festive situation. But hey, fires have a way of interrupting we who live in the West, interrupting our plans, don't they? So San Bernardino National Forest is saying the line fire is moving to the northwest in the Santa Ana River drainage. It's on the north side of the river drainage and has made it to the Mile Creek drainage area. I wish they'd explain what that means. I mean, yes, okay, that's a great assessment of where it is. What does that mean to people? Is that good, bad, or ugly? Like here's their follow-ups. Highway 38's closed north of Angeles Oaks at the intersection of Middle Control Road and 38 on the south end, and closed at the north end by Lake Williams Community at Lakewood Drive at milepost 38. Okay. Yeah, it was misclick. Okay, no worries. As long as she's not banned, no worries. I just want to make sure that you're like here and hear your phone. What people do sometimes is put the phone in their back pocket and then they'll sit down on it or something. We call those butt bands affectionately because YouTube no longer allows you to turn the screen off but still hear. And so my mods, unless you're a YouTube Premium subscriber, and so my mods walk around the house listening to me, you know, as they do their thing, and they might put the phone in the back pocket. But okay, so Evelyn Turner says chopper going up over me, headed that direction. Yeah, Evelyn, what was your generalized location again? I can't recall exactly what your vantage point is, but we should have a bit of aircraft still going. I hope they do the nighttime choppers. Now, we've just been hearing mostly medical stuff on the radio. I could turn it right back on, but it says here on San Bernardino National Forest, if you live east of San Bernardino Mountains, in the eastern San Bernardino Mountains, please stay informed on the evacuation orders and warning statuses from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. You'd think that they would just have one-stop shopping for all that, but they don't. I do have links in the description of this video to the line fire and where you can go for more information. Just ask us and we'll provide. But this is the X for San Bernardino National Forest right there where I'm reading this information. So Whoops, I need to go back to it. What else did they post? Let's see, 2 hours ago, evacuation warning. But I was hoping that they would tell the public that about their trigger point system right now, if that's what they're utilizing. Like, will they trigger a level 3 if it gets to X, Y, or Z spot? You know, telling people where it's going, okay, but is it supposed to? Right? Is that part of the hurting the fire, or is that the part where they're concerned that it's moving? Like, they don't elaborate that. That's why we have to do what we have to do, because public, because the officials post stuff on social media here, there, and everywhere in little blips, and somebody has to put it together and somebody has to interpret it. So, okay, so Ben says you guys butt banning again. Yep. It's okay. Evelyn Turner says near /X Cafe, south of it, about 4 miles. Okay, I don't know where that is, but are you at all in the area that you were on evacuation before, right? Ritual Tourist says the fact they managed to spare the trees at the Bluff Lake Reserve is a holy miracle. The line fire was roaring at it early on. Oh, did they? Did they? That would be good. We'll look at the cameras in a second. We're waiting for infrared time. So 2 hours ago, yep, here was their evacuation order. I just wish there were a lot. They would put a lot more details into this. What they told the public, but hey, here we are. So /X near Barstow. Okay. Oh, you weren't? Okay. All right, good. Now, okay, we got a new watch duty here. Richard Nixon Boulevard. So they called it the Rich Fire? I want it to be called the Richard Nixon Fire. That would be great. Anza. All right, well, look, let's put it on one of these cameras. I got to read about. Okay, we got our infrared. So now, if here's what happens if the smoke arrives. It will moderate it. You know, it'll put the lid on like, you know, overheated bacon on the stove, right? So it will deprive itself of some oxygen, and it will just be nice and lazier, you know, if there's not that much wind, if it gets cold, if it gets more humid, and you still have in the areas where they want it to burn back to the black, reducing the fire load. Well, they've got a race against time here. Get this thing under control. Get that 100% before the Santa Anas blow. They can. You know what? We should talk to Haley. We should ask him, and maybe he'll do an explainer video about Santa Anas, because I need to learn a lot more about them. I mean, we all do. And maybe he can explain what causes Santa Anas and how far ahead can meteorologists predict them, or forecast them, I should say. Nobody predicts the weather, but they forecast it. Right? That reminds people that we're dependent upon our technology, but our technology has limits, right? All right. So let's look back here. Let's see. All right, 1 second. We've got another one to look at. Okay, so let's look back here. There we go. Got it. I'm so surprised that we didn't get new satellite. We did not get detections. It just says they didn't. 1614 UTC. So, Lotus and Veers, did they? It's possible that it wasn't as much of a flare-up as as we thought, but I just think that maybe CalTopo is messing up again. I would have expected the GOES satellites to really have gone off at least part of the time when we had the big flares, you know. So, Doug Anderson says any wind is a problem on a wildland fire. Yes, yes. So smoke settling down. Let's look at our forecast. We've got the National Weather Service. I got our National Weather Service here. Click. California waters. That's not what I wanted to click on. Why can't I make it bigger? It, 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 it. Can't. How do you make this bigger so you select the right county? Come on. You gotta select the right. Okay. Well, shoot. If you guys have a weather snippet, so that's going to explain the new high pressure system. Oh, thank you so much for gifting more memberships. You're wonderful. How the badge mode. Thank you. Good job. You're wonderful. I should have a queue that has the celebratory yay, thank you thing. All right. So, 1 second. I'm listening to the radio. Just a second. It's off for you guys. Let's turn it back on. No? Is it still? It just queued up and it stopped. Hang on, friends. Let's get that playing again. Okay. All right. Tuesday high temperatures. God, what? 111. What? 113. Can we make this bigger? Can you guys see that? Palm Springs, 113. Is this September? September 29th. Is this normal, guys?
Medical aid, Patrol 337
Here we go.
Park Road and Standing Bear Road.
1 second. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Does it change? Does it get bigger? All right. It did say something, so it's back on. But we'll see. Second, I'm going to call JB and see if he's available for us to talk. Let's look at one of the cams. Do you guys have a good news report? We could watch it real quick. Like the new forecast for Southern California. We'll see what the next couple of days bring. This one is about La Niña and what that might mean for California's weather. That is a big deal. Okay, now let's see. Weather forecast. National Weather Service.
Unknown type fire, medic engine 32, 1305, Holiday Way, between Victory Drive and Morgan Drive.
Okay. So
one of the ambulances out of 25 minutes, so they give us eyes on.
all right, it's working again. Great.
I copy.
Big Bear Lake. Let's go. 7-day forecast. Hazardous weather conditions is a air quality alert. Yeah. So Big Bear Lake here, humidity 32% right now. Wind speed is southwest but 1 miles an hour. That'll explain why the smoke is settling in. 59 degrees. Extended forecast tonight. The low is 47. That's a good thing. Now, if it stays pretty non-windy, then what we can expect is, man, if that smoke settles in, that would be pretty perhaps pretty ideal conditions for them to start doing some firing. To the more around the edges, more near communities that they already have burned off, the vegetation, the safer and safer all the communities get. That'll be a bigger, thicker, wider black line. So we do want them to have the opportunity to continue burning, but we just don't want any surprises for tonight with the communities that are now facing the evacuations. So, the CalTopo error, Husky, right, got it. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for hitting the like buttons, friends, and spread the word that I'm live on the Twitter. I totally forgot.
Center Patrol 337, confirm SOs on scene.
Here is the tweet that you guys can retweet to go ahead and help spread the word that we actually are live.
337, SOs en route. I copy. We're going to proceed in and have AMR do the same.
Yeah, is there a different radio we should listen to? Yes, Doug Anderson, wind kicking up about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Right. And we'll continue looking at it. That is one thing that is good to point out, is I keep forgetting how high this is, 6,755 feet.
Patrol 337, now we're getting information, SOs on scene. They just arrived on scene.
There were a couple of smaller fires in the vicinity that did not seem to be too much of a big deal. Like they called one or two just 20 by 20 incidences that most existing units can handle, but they did have a couple other scares today, but they passed.
Center Patrol 337, I copy. We're attempting to locate them. We're at Paiute Standing Bear. Patrol 337, repeat your last. We're on scene attempting to locate.
Okay.
I copy.
It was about, when that happened was around 6 p.m., 6:03 p.m., and they were reporting different brush fires around 110, State Highway 133, I believe, or 1800, and another small fire by Mojave, but they non-factors that they took care of. So let me write down a note here, guys. Okay, so 010700. Okay, Evelyn says I hit the like button when I first tuned in. You're wonderful.
337. We just met up with some RPs. Said SO is westbound on Paiute, so we're going to go attempt to locate this. According to them, this is an auto pick.
And today this is the Snow Summit West. Excuse me, Snow Summit West cams from the Big Bear ski resorts, and this is why I got pretty concerned. I was out and I was like, okay, I have to return right when they were calling for the evacuations. So thanks, Spyman, for alerting me too, and Husky that they called those when I was not home. So Virtual Tourist says Henry Standing Bear, love the show. Yeah. Yeah, this is Spyman. You're very right. Never forget the line fires and arson caused fire per the local county sheriff. Yes, they did make an arrest, and the accused is a FedEx delivery man, or ex-FedEx, I'm sure. Now, what about the bridge? That's what I want to know about. The airport was an accident, an epic fail accident of the most ironic thing. The airport fire happened when they were trying to close a road that had a fire hazard area. So they were moving with backhoes, I suppose.
Unknown type fire, medic engine 336, Nuckaloma Road and Kiowa Road.
Okay, these are small county fire affairs, so I think I'm going to turn that way down and mute it for you guys. I'll keep listening to it myself here. Yeah, Snow Summit is in the middle over Big Bear. Yeah, this is its view from it's looking west-southwest. So the smoke, where is the smoke direction changing? Is it changing? Let's see. So we're looking west to the southwest. It does change a little bit, goes a little bit towards this camera on occasion. But where is it? Okay, that's another medic call. Where is it headed though? All right, let's take a look here. Okay, fix this. All right, tell me what it looks like from your area, guys. Look at that. We're still in daylight camera mode. So they've got the let me use my little cheat sheeter right here with the compass. So if we're looking to the west by southwest and the smoke column goes up to the right, then it's going, let's see, west, southwest. Yeah, southwest. Kind of drifting towards the northwest, I would say. And then occasionally northeast. All right. What does it look like to you guys? I hope it just settles in and we have a mild smoldering fire that gives them the opportunity to do any more prescribed fire burns or line strengthening that they want tonight. Because the weather forecast changes. So look at that though. That's concerning. If I was looking from Snow Summit West right now, like, whoa, look at that. This is our last, how many minutes? This is our last 15. I really don't like it when they call level 3 evacuations after dark. In the afternoon, if they call level 2, I'd tell everybody to get ready to leave, but then everybody goes to bed. I would think that they should, if there's a possibility, I'm still listening to radio, guys. If there is a possibility that everybody may have to go in the middle of the night, just tell them that before you know, it gets dark. But they did say that if you do have pets, livestock, or special needs, you should be already out of Angeles Oaks area. Fish hatchery fire. Multiple units are being cleared from the scene for pulse point, and no smoke or fire activity has been visible on the camera in the last hour. This will be the final update. Fish hatchery fire. Where is that? Lynn County, Oregon. Okay. 4 acres. South of Staten, north of Sweet Home. Good. Good. Okay. All right. So I'm going to read you my NOAA weather. And let me know. Yeah. Tree torching perhaps is happening. There's a lot of beetle kill around the area still. You guys tell me how much. But that's a dense cluster of trees in the foreground. So this is let's do a 5-minute time lapse right here. Is the camera still up? It is, right? What? Why does it look so different? What the heck? That's our 1-minute time lapse. So if I stop the time lapse, why does it look something different? Okay, that's an error of the website, I guess. All right. There we go. We just had to refresh. So here's our last 15 minutes. Pretty lazy movement of the wind, but I'm going to read the more comprehensive weather. Now let's go Big Bear Lake. And what other camera views you guys think we need to look at? We have an air quality alert. Current temperature 57, like they said. Tonight, low of 47, clear with around clear, low around 47, southwest wind around 5 p.m. And 6:33 p.m. was our sunset. That is just the glow of the fire, with a little bit of the last remnants of the sunset in the background, which is just kind of eerie. All right, look back at channel. Yeah, it kicked off again around 11 a.m. Watch duty notified. Yeah, Kathleen. And thank you for your kind support and well wishes too, Kathleen. We're doing a watch duty. Watch duty. We're doing a membership drive. If you do want to become a member, if we can get $1,000 raised by October 16th, YouTube will match it. And boy, can we get some pro gear at that point, guys. Okay. Wouldn't it be cool if I could show you guys FLIR infrared cameras from the field? I mean, or at least a cell phone, kind of adapters. So you guys could see that. I'm not promising to become a fire chaser. I don't want to do that. But that would be neat for me if to get a press pass and in the safe areas, show behind the scenes stuff and use an infrared camera. I think that would be really cool. So Kern County Plains Spotting says, hello, I have returned. Welcome. Welcome. Good seeing you. How is it where you are at? This is a bit concerning, but look, the wind is dying down. Let's do the wind forecast. Now, what NOAA weather app does is allows you to see the wind and temperature hour by hour in a nice little column form. So I have the app on the phone. This is our current view from Snow Summit, looking to the west there. Let's look at the other cams. And you tell me which ones you want to look at and what you want to know. I was hoping to have it more membership based and explain that. Yeah, look at it right now. Looking out your window and you see that at night. Just wow. All right, let's do a 30-minute of that one. Okay, so for Big Bear Lake, let me make sure I'm on the correct one. Yep, almost 7,000 feet. Temperatures of tonight. It will go down to 40. It's 47, 48 degrees. It's low by 2 a.m. And then we will see no precipitation, of course. And humidity is 25-ish percent. 25-ish percent right now. 25% right now. Okay, sorry, that's a local fire, not one we have to worry about. What? Yes, that was a backyard burn fire that the homeowner is putting out. There's a commercial fire on Main Street in Hillsborough that I just got a localized alert for myself. That gives me the chills because when I returned from California in 2022, Hillsborough's downtown had been destroyed by arson, and the Main Street, and they thought that it was just the guy / woman, a transgender at the time person who they arrested and convicted later for arson, started these fires and lit a bunch of other vehicles on fire too. And he said, I did it because I wanted to go back to prison. Well, he's going to prison all right for like 30 plus years or so because 2 months into that late night arson attack, they found a body in the rubble. So every time I see local things like that commercial fire right now might be pretty serious. I could go look at it. Let me tune into the radio. Let's listen to Twilton Valley Fire Rescue right now. I'll read you more about Big Bear as well, and please let me know if there's any sort of news there. Let me look at Broadcastify real quick, and I want to know what's going on in my neck of the woods. The whole area had been targeted by arson, and it shocked the whole region. Okay, where's Twilton Valley Fire Rescue? I don't see it. Okay, that would be Washington County. Okay, we're gonna look at that. Did you hear that, Spyman? Okay, so let's listen. If it's loud, I'm sorry. I'm going to try to turn it on with lower volume. And it looks like they've got multiple engines and task forces and stuff responding. Wow. Okay. They're still doing renovations, and I wondered, if that could spread to the rest of the structures. There's still kind of a rebuild situation over there. Yeah, Doug, a local scanner to get to the fire channel. I can get out there pretty quickly. It's a Sunday evening. Okay, Husky says up where the fire is, the line fire is 6 to 15 mile an hour winds, both sustained and gusts with no humidity recovers. Yeah, I was just looking at the wind. So humidity is 25-ish right now. It'll climb to a whole 39% to 43-ish.
Oxygen 211 can smell something burning. It's hazy by their lights. There's no alarm sounding. RP doesn't see any flames. Concerned it's coming from the unit below them, 111. Does know that they use propane or a cooking device with an open flame. Thinks that could have started it. Simon Star, Engine 2, Engine 6, Truck 5C1, all en route.
Okay, was that the Hillsborough call?
C1 coming to back.
I just had to adjust my own volume to hear any of that. Shoot. But, I mean, there are residences on that street as well, but I just want to know if it's like the downtown on fire again. Okay, so going reading back the weather over at Big Bear Lake. That's when the humidity picks up. It goes to a whole 39-ish to 43 degrees right about at 7 a.m. Then it will drop off by 9 and go to a whole 14 degree percent humidity. Excuse me, at 11. Yeah, hold on to your butts. All right, wind 3 miles an hour to a dead-ish calm over at Big Bear Lake itself, and you can see that there wasn't that much wind on the actual lake when we did some of the time lapses. This is our live image from the lake.
AMR 120. It'll be the driveway at our tailboard. We'll have you commit, and then we'll back in behind you.
Yes. Pulse Point says that there's a commercial fire in Main Street of Hillsborough, so I would assume that would be a business. You can look it up if you could. Spyman, there's an address for you. 5302 East Main Street. So it's there's multiple arsonists that are active in the region. That I don't know all of them have been caught. So that's been kind of concerning to me out there to the west. David and I fly out of the Hillsborough Airport sometimes. It's kind of like urban sprawl, Portland's neighborhood. But boy, it was quite a big deal, and they still haven't really recovered from it. Oh, shoot, I'm still reading.
Engine 2's arrived. Got a 2-story one-room apartment. Nothing showing. Looks like 111 is occupied. We got a hydrant behind us here. Engine 2 will be out. We'll be coming in.
Yeah, if you could find out, Spyman, if that's just an apartment, that would be that sounds like an apartment fire as far as the radio is concerned. Because there are some residences. I don't have time to look at that right now. Wayne DePayne says, I didn't know what it is. I just love listening to Catherine's voice. Oh, well, thank you, dear.
Command all incoming units. We'll have you guys just stage at the entrance for now.
All right, we turned on Washington County audio just for a minute, so I want to make sure that the it doesn't have the wrong audio labeled. Line fire threatens Angeles Oaks. Okay, that's there for the label and questions and answer time, guys. Hopefully we can get as much info about this, and then I can explain a little bit about memberships. But I would like to coordinate with you guys. What?
Sorry, confirm, Command. Just confirming it was the upstairs apartment that called it in.
Confirm 211 called it in.
I'll always be interrupted.
Copy. You can go ahead and recall the task force. Engine 2 will be on scene. Recall all others.
Recall others. Okay.
I'll be come with a recall on the commercial task force. Engine 2 on scene, working all those conditions.
Okay. It doesn't sound as bad as I feared. Okay. The wind. Okay. Let's see. How many members have we got now? I've got a special tab open. Cool. Let's see. Rows per page. You guys are the elites. You guys are the first ones. But remember, since it's supposed to be an official announced party, what I was going to do is come online tonight, guys, and say, when do you want to have the party to do an official launch, right? The line fire has
Engine
interrupted.
67, truck 67, and AMR. Respond to cardiac arrest at 3171 South.
Oh, okay. I'm going to turn that off. It's not a big commercial downtown fire like I thought it could have erupted into. Okay. I wanted to coordinate with you guys. When do you want to have? We have to do it in maybe tomorrow or the next couple of days. Would it be 7 p.m.? Do you think a good time for a membership party? Then you guys tell me where you want me to go and do something special for you. I'll try to arrange it. I couldn't make it to the Mount St. Helens Visitor Center thing today. My mom was unable to attend, and then I needed to help somebody else, and so I slept in and finally got some sleep. The last couple of days have been pretty emotional. It's been difficult. Hey, John Sater, welcome. Thank you. So what I wanted to do was show the people who had donated by mail and show you guys appreciation. I have read out the names of donors and then explain memberships and try to meet that goal and then plan the California trip. Tomorrow I'll know from my surgeon when my dates are, and then we'll try to get our ducks in a row and get the laptop. So that I was hoping it would be like a festive occasion, but with the hurricane happening, I was not festive. You know, pizza, beer, and paintball. We'll have a victory pizza. How about that? But hey, John, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Evelyn says, I wish I could afford pizza beer tomorrow after surgery while we party. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. You may not want to have alcohol with whatever they've got you on. But yeah, I'm praying for you that comes out really well, Evelyn. So let's see about our wind. Wind is supposed to, at the Big Bear Lake, not really exceed 7-8 miles an hour for sustained. And gusts are really not supposed to get to be more than 15 miles an hour. They're saying the window of opportunity for 15 miles an hour would be like 8 a.m. tomorrow, like beyond. As far as NOAA weather is concerned, throughout the night, we're talking like 8 p.m., midnight, 4 a.m. It's supposed to be below 12 miles an hour. Right? They're saying 9-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and the direction's from the east-southeast becoming southeast. So it's going to still kind of point the wind this way. Let's go and take a look at the radar. But it'll be quite mild and at high altitude. So let's look at the radar. Hello, Bueller. There we go. Well, look at our radar. I hope everybody who had loved ones and family back east came to the hurricane okay too. It's been bad. I've been biting my fingernails off waiting to hear from some people, and so far most of who I know has come through it okay. But there's a lady in Tampa that's a friend of my friend in Kentucky, or a friend of my friend in Kentucky, and situation there is bad. She is disabled and evacuated her mobile home, came back, and she has no way to get it dry, and she has nowhere to go, and she went and slept back in her completely soaking wet mobile home in Tampa, like as the mold and stuff begins to grow. Here's the last 2 hours of Big Bear Lake here. So he doesn't have the ability to go help her from Kentucky. I mean, he technically could drive to Florida, but he's facing surgery himself and he has COVID. So I want to know, like, what do you do if somebody needs help like that? If everything they have is wet, you can't just go back in there and live in there. I'm suggesting that she contact the Red Cross, but if you guys have ideas for what can somebody do, she definitely would need a GoFundMe or something like that. J Cat says here's a link for the lake fire incident. Okay, thanks, J Cat. Oh, line fire. Yeah, you mean line fire, but yes, thank you. Yeah, the InstaWeb. Do we have any good updates there? or photographs, JCat. And we got the fact sheet right there. This is our kind of live views of what it looks like. Let's look at check watch duty. I think it'll be really good if we see there's different points of two different areas of concern. But if we see at least some of it by the Santa Ana River drainage stayed put within the lines and yet burn some more tonight in a pretty low-key manner, that'll be more protective of Angeles Oaks for burning off more fuel before Santa Ana season. So unfortunately, though, we won't be able to track this very well. But there's not that big of a concern where the Santa Ana drainage portion is over here where the rollout's happening. Rollout means stuff that's at a higher elevation on fire, pine cones, sticks, logs, whatever, you name it, rolls down the slope and then sets the slope on fire, and then so the slope goes back to itself. And sometimes they cross drainages like that, but they'll let us know if that happens. Is that right now they expected this to happen, and that part is according to plan. And sure, the bad air quality is still occurring, but what can you do? What can you do? As long as it burns low key in some of these areas, it'll be a regeneration type of fire rather than the rip roaring, destructive kind that Santa Ana's can push. So if it has to burn at some point, now is better than at another time. Doug Anderson says, my friend, and thank you for being a member, says, my friend and ex-coworker is now the fire chief of San Bernardino. I could text him later tonight. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Doug Anderson, let me read all your comments. Oh, okay, Spyman, thanks. Thanks for reporting from the scene, man. I wish I could buy everybody some pizza and root beer. Edward Weiss says, hey, welcome, says Big Bear local chat room says parts of West Big Bear just got an evacuation order. Can I confirm? Let's see. I'm not plugged into their emergency thing. I did not hear it on the radio. Let's play it. We just have High Desert playing, but Valley doesn't have. Yeah, it's on again. Not much radio chatter. Valley doesn't have the line fire. If I look back at San Bernardino here and let's look at a cam that actually does something right now. I just can't believe that. Just look at that. Snow Suit West. That might be our. Nope, that's the Richard Nixon fire, which they're calling the Rich fire. Type 3. It could be accessed by Type 3 engines right now, requested for a total of 6. What is that fire? And then we'll return to, let's see, where's that map with the information about the emergency? There it is. Okay. I didn't know PBS had an evacuation alert page. This is awesome. Okay. The Seven Oaks.
We accidentally went AOR. Can you show us on scene on Locust? Copy.
Okay, that's San Bernardino County High Desert. Too many things to do at the same time. We've got the evacuation warning for Angeles Oaks, evacuation order for Seven Oaks, but do you guys have San Bernardino County alerts? If I sign up, they ask for my address.
So. Charlie 4, Medic Ambulance 304-10490, Locust Avenue, between Riverside Street and Mojave Street.
Okay, I'm going to mute that for you guys. We'll turn it on if anything relevant comes up. It's hard to find a good channel down there to listen to anything. What is SQF? Yes, SQF? Sequoia? Um, um, a happy fire in SQF is over 1,000 acres. Okay, we'll look at that in a second, Kern County. Big Bear local chat. Line fire, an evacuation warning. Here we go, guys. Here it is. An evacuation warning has been issued for the Boulder Bay area of Big Bear from the dam east to Wild Rose Lane. Yep, beep just got real. Yeah, so confirmation, here it is. I'm sure if I refresh this in a second, it'll explain. Evacuation warning has been issued for Boulder Bay area of Big Bear from the dam east to Wild Rose Lane, which is zone BBC08. And those who require additional time to evacuate, those with pets and or livestock, leave right now, please. For exact parameters, see the watch duty map. See the watch duty map. Oh, that's watch duty saying it. Okay, I thought that's what San Bernardino County said. Okay, I need more sleep. Okay, it was the tweet from San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office, so let's go look at it. Go back, is it here? San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. Where'd it go? There. Yep, 27 seconds ago. The Boulder Bay area, Big Bear from the dam east, and I'm going to retweet that, guys. From the dam east to Wild Rose Lane is now under evacuation warning. Like I said, my advice isn't going to change. I don't like the whole sitting around all night waiting for a knock on the door. And I don't want to wait for a traffic jam or that sort of thing. If you feel like you need to leave tonight, it's the best thing, the safest option. If you have any sort of vulnerability or complications or anxiety like I do, the forecast is not that bad, but fire is approaching. So this is the region that is now on alert. So they're not very forthcoming about their thought process, which bothers me pretty greatly. Now, if they do a press conference or something like that, that'll be good. But I mean, they should elaborate on this, I think. Sebastian says, seriously, I'm having a pizza and a root beer right now. That's great. It might just be a pizza kind of night, friends. So thank you for keeping me aware of all of that. Kern County Plain Spotting says San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office has been promoting watch duty for official info and then deleted the tweet 2 seconds later. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. So I wasn't hallucinating, was I? Okay. J Cat says send evacuation order level 3. Go. Yep. In Seven Oaks. Evacuation level 2. Warning. Thank you. Please repeat that mods that evacuation info. The Boulder Bay area, Big Bear, from the dam east to Wild Rose Lane. So let's check. We've got to have a satellite heat detection. Why is Cal Topo not picking up on it right now? It's let's see. The winds are still south and out of the southeast, so it's not racing at all towards Big Bear Lake. It's not like running towards Big Bear Lake. It's kind of walking sideways to it, if you think about the wind direction. But that's what it does. It's walking sideways, not directly with the wind. That's called, backing, and it's going downhill, so it's backing down. Towards they've got some roads. Some roads. I don't want to make them stand out, but that's pretty dense over there. It's cold, so that limits fire, activity. It could be way worse if it was hotter. But I think street map. How big is Big Bear? Like the actual amount of people in it. Like, what's the population? How long do you think it would take for a full evacuation of the South Shore area for the amount of people that are there right now? That's what I would like to know about. I can't predict how fast it would go without looking, without watching. Whoops. I can't, without knowing the region. I can't predict like when it might reach X, Y, and Z. I would be totally dependent on watching the cameras and officials announcing that stuff. Where are their lines? I could go dust that off. Yeah, I should have access to a full map actually. Now I think about it. Let's look at their map of where their lines are. Okay, we got an update for the Rich Fire. The location for the fire has been updated on the map. Riverside County. Oh, 1/4 of an acre. Okay, I don't need to know about that. All right. Keller Peak 2. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. It went. All right. It went rotating today until this point. Right. So there's our Keller Peak. Let me look at the line fire off camera here. We'll look at their battle maps. We'll look at the battle maps. Okay. Park fire, no. Oops, reopen the closed tab. Go ahead and put your questions and answer time questions for any fires in the chat here. All right, the Lone Rock. Not that one. File not found. All right, there we go. Specific incidences of 2024. And the line is a federal. All right, the 29th. Let me take a look. And looking at chat, even if the evacuation down the sides, it takes a long time. I gotcha. 5,000 plus folks agree with Doug. It would take hours. Okay. Yeah, an evacuation warning of level 2, it does, because something I don't think should ever happen much. You know, like I understand it, but they should really elaborate. Like, are they encouraging most people to leave today? They said people with pets, livestock, and special needs. So I would think that they just want them to go now, but why not do? Why not tell people when it was still daylight, like I was saying? Like, all the roads are 2-lane and blacktop. Okay. Last time everyone came down through Lucerne Valley, and that was a hot mess. Yeah. I would, if your neighbors are preparing for bed and, you know, you think that they really should go, they should, like they have pets and livestock. I would be talking to them right now. But they need to tell people, like, is this precautionary? Do they expect to evacuate level 3 mandatory tomorrow, or do they expect to keep people at level 2? Like, they really need to give us a piece of their mind right now. If we look at cross-reference of where the cams are, let's try to find its location. I'm listening to the radio. That was just a medical call. Hella Caskets, hey, welcome, says, hello, so nice to see you live again. Life happens, but thank you. Glad to be here. We're doing a donation drive, guys. If you can, if we can come up with $1,000 by this 15th or 16th through channel memberships, please hit the join button and take a look at that. We'll do a little party for launching these things later. I was gonna do it tonight. Excuse me, radio has a chest pain call, and this interrupted things. So we'll plan the party later. Tell me, guys, when you want to have it. Maybe tomorrow at 6 or 7, something like that, p.m. Is that when people are off work? You tell me. this is a bit concerning, where people look out their window and see this. So this is our last 30 minutes. The smoke is not blowing directly towards Big Bear Lake. So while people with livestock and pets may want to go right now, I really wish they just explain what the plans are. How long would it take for this to arrive there? Let's look and see if we have battle maps. Let's see data. Looking at the line fire, you know the briefing maps that they point to with their briefings and everything. We've got one of those. Well, let me take a look at the one for the 29th. It's almost October, guys. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Okay, I've got it. Let me take. I think. Yeah, this will help explain it. We can see their lines under construction, I believe. Great. Bear with me while I save it off camera. So this is our other live view across the lake. Now, if new evacuations keep coming down the pipe, so we're going to keep our coverage going, friends. So you just tell me what you're concerned about. Please share with me your local knowledge and keep it coming. Information like people getting alerts on their phones. Okay. Go to for September, and then we've got the 29th. The line fire. Okay. Battle maps. Line fire battle map. Save that. Okay, sorry, I'm still listening to San Bernardino, but it's just a medical call. So, all right, let's open where I saved that. You guys can now see where the line fire. If it doesn't crash, this is quite a large PDF. Oh, that's right. I don't think I can do it in the browser. It'll probably crash. But I'll should have known better. These are extremely large, detailed files. So let's see, how big does it look for you guys? Oh my God, the radar is still up. How long has it been up? God, I need my third monitor. Sorry, friends. All right, we got it. There is what I was saying a minute ago with the radar still up was if you see this out the back window, I don't think I would go to sleep. I would be making sure I would be totally prepped, especially if I had animals or something like that. I mean, just I wouldn't be able to go to sleep personally. But we need to find out exactly where that is without the heat detections. It gets a little bit harder with the satellite, but we've got multiple cameras looking at it. So it's an OBS glitch. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for alerting me, virtual tours. And Helicast, it's good to see you guys too. Okay, that's also not fire related. Billy Bob says Vidax, how it did when it started. It went from no evacs to mandatory evacs in a single day, right? Yeah. Right now the wind is in everybody's favor. It's from the south to the southeast, so it's kind of blowing away. So this fire is walking sideways like a crab, but it's not roaring towards the community. Otherwise, they would have blown level 3 a while ago. It's just disconcerting. It's disconcerting. So, Edward Weiss's unique angles of the fire progression can be seen from the Dead Ridge East Cam and the Red Mountain South Cam. Okay, sorry, that's still not fire related. Now, the battle map, where did I drag that? Where did I just put that? Let's see where their lines are. There. Okay. Okay. So what is this little spot? Now this lookout point, see this black? This is black line. Black, this is their containment percentage. So the fire will expand, right? It's almost always more active on the edges. It has to move to find new fuel to stay alive. So if you think about, like in the movies, somebody tosses a cigarette at, like, say, a puddle of gasoline on the ground or something, and it's just a small one, and it just whoosh. The fire will travel from the center to the edges, to the rim. And so if it skips some stuff in the middle, okay, then eventually that stuff might catch, right? But the outward expansion, the perimeter, is usually where it's finding new fuel and is the most active, especially where at the end of where the wind is pointing, right? So if there's fierce wind blowing from the south, then the south end of it might be most active, and the actual the far north end, of the perimeters. Now, stuff on the interior that are called islands that didn't, bits of fuel that didn't burn before can flare up, but usually the most active points of fire are the edges. So if we look here, we've got lots of black line, which means they expect the fire cannot pass it underneath it unless there's like hurricane force winds. Like, it's done, it's good, it's complete, it's finished, it's part of their containment percentage. But look over here. Oh, Hate Spyman says, I'm back. I could not find either of the fires or any smoke. Oh, hey, thank you for checking on that, Spyman. It looks like they were able to take care of it, and it might have been a apartment complex. They canceled the commercial response. So I guess they did it really quickly, but thank you for checking that out. John Sater says, when there's a fire breathing down on you, it roars like a freight train, and it's horrific. Yeah, I know. So right now, unless the wind changes, I would expect that it would start moving around slowly. Now we've got multiple cameras for its different active edges. I can't control the zoom level very well here, but everywhere that's black is completely done. They're complete with their lines. Now everywhere that they have black X's here are lines, dozer lines, which are completed, but either they don't connect to where they want it to yet, or they haven't done the firing part or the brush clearing part on either side of the line to make it complete, right? Like completely done, and this will be black. So there are plenty of completed dozer lines. We're looking here to protect the community. Where it says H, that's hand line, and it's complete from the lake's edge. Where it says, let's see, these are so detailed. If I zoom a lot, it could crash it. It's just west of Keystone 1 Point by almost the very corner. They've got hand line that was made up the hillside, and that connects to where it says Bear Valley or Bear V Road and Kid Creek area. And then we've got everywhere there's a big X's, that is dozer line that is complete. Got some over here. So up at the higher elevations, this is road, like this is not one of their lines. Nope. This is by the Kid Creek 2 and 86 road. Oopsie. Didn't mean to click that. Mouse gone wild. They've got solid dozer lines backing that up right there. And I wonder what this little thing is right here that we'll have to check that little pocket. Where is the key to read the map? Line briefing fire. This is the one from the 28th, actually, but they used it this morning for the 29th. Let's see, computer, Wildfire daily perimeter. Okay, sorry, I had listened to the radio. It's muted for you guys because it's mostly just a whole bunch of medical calls. So the corner is the dam. Got it. Okay. Doug says hand line doesn't do crap if the wind blows. Yeah, it's like a little trail. It's why Smokey the Bear has a shovel, and only you can prevent forest fires. They used to make lines with shovels and rakes in the forest on mules, so they still do that sometimes. I mean, they have to use the mules for rugged areas, but they literally build trails and just push dirt aside, and then slow moving Nighttime fires will be stopped by that. Creeping fires will be stopped by that. But severe wind, yeah. You want your dozer lines. You want your paved roads. You want the engines to scream over to help you with very, very fast. I mean, screaming meaning driving really fast access. That's what you would want. So this strange X's all over the little area. I don't know what it means. This little spot where they have this little box. I actually don't know what that exactly means. So don't ask me. If you guys do, that would be really cool if you could explain. So where the fire is still active and moving over here, what we're seeing on the cams might be poking its head up right over here. We have to look and do a cross reference. But this area is complete. This area's got some decent dozer lines, but that is a gap, like it's vulnerable. So let's take a look at. Let's see. They've got complete dozer lines here. Big red road is their best access, and there's incomplete line in pink here. Nope. Zoom this way. Okay. You need to eat? Yes, please do, Evelyn. Or can you eat before your surgery? Is that tomorrow? Okay. Thank you, Evelyn. Let me look back up at the chat. Okay, medic ambulance call. Snow Summit West shows it crossing the ridge. Yeah, Edward, where do you think it is? I was just about to cross the cams to get a good idea. Snow Summit West, let's see. Snow Summit West crosses the Keller Peak 1. I think the Keller Peak 1, though, is looking this down here. I think it's looking, I'm not sure of how zoomed in it is, like that ravine down there. That's the Santa Ana, right? Going down this way. Yeah, the Santa Ana River. So I thought that it was looking all the way down this way. So I don't think it's looking at the same spot. Yeah, Keller Peak 2 has more of a zoom out kind of a view. But Keller Peak 1, I think it's looking over by over by Angeles Oaks. Okay, so the one peeking its head out over here, I'm not sure which ridge and area it's on or which specific spot. Let's see, we could cross from Big Bear 1. Let's see, yeah, Big Bear 1, yeah, is looking right about there. Okay. You guys think it's peeking its head out right so? Let's look. What did Watch Duty just do? Lower fire is shown as contained at 0.17 acres. That's nice. Okay. That's a different fire. Now, yeah, Snow Summit West. Whoosh. Yeah. That's all very mountainous. Nothing is flat. Yep. Yeah. Boyman says, when I was growing up in the 50s and 60s, there was a Smokey the Bear PSAs on the TV all the time. Public service announcement. He was my hero as a kid. Yes. Same here. I wanted a Smokey the Bear doll. I think I had one for a bit. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. I need to eat too. It's 8 o'clock, guys. Do we have pizza? Should we have some pizza? Okay. Now, did we get any new evacuation info? We've got back to their battle maps right here. Let's see where the fire is on the battle maps and where it will be tested. Maybe bumping their lines right here. But this is, if it's right over here by Lookout Point, wouldn't that have a cam right on it on Lookout Point? Uh-huh. Where are cam locations? Lookout Point. See this one? Let's see, topo. Or is it like a former fire lookout point? Don't have that on my map. Let's go back to, let's see, a Forest Service base map. There we go. Now it'll look similar. So they had it go up to Bluff Lake before on their fire perimeter, and it's spotted that way. Got it. Lookout point is right here. Right here. It's already gone over it. Now let's take a look at our watch duty. And they've got Snow Summit South and its location. Snow Summit West. I'm sure there was once a fire lookout point. Fire lookout on Lookout Point. It just sounds like it. You guys know? All right, let me make sure I can still hear. Make sure the radio's still on. San Bernardino County High West. Okay. Oh yeah, the maps are always, the perimeter maps always are. This one that shows their lines though is valuable. This is what they briefed each other with this morning. Tonight they'll make a new map around 3 o'clock in the morning because at some point the mapping plane will fly over, and that'll be around midnight. By 3 a.m. they literally print out the maps and give people to download. 4 in the morning the teams, incident management teams are looking at it and they're formulating plans for the day between 4 and 7. 7 is the briefing where they actually breach their teams, and I gotta get some drink here, guys. And so they'll say, this is where our lines are, this is what got complete. They'll pencil in what got completed, but anything after 3 in the morning that happens, they're not going to be able to, let me put a dynamic camera on while I go get a drink, guys. They'll not be able to pencil in, of course. So that's the way, that's how old these briefing map images are, but it's worth its weight in gold to see where their protections are. So they've been working pretty hard for a long time right there. And we'll explore what this pink V stuff is over here. They may want it to just go into this pocket or keep it out of it. I don't know. But it looks like right here might be this vulnerable gap that they might be trying to hold, or maybe not. And we will take a look. So let's look right now at the camps. Baldwin Lake 1. Yeah, it shows it the distance. And yeah, we'll look at Snow Summit West. Let me get a drink. And I think I should find a meal or preheat the oven or something. How are you guys doing? I'm a little bit perplexed by this. This will be a situation where they get their lines tested, but it's pretty mild fire conditions. It's pretty mild. Should we really have a pizza right now? I think it's a lot for my particular appetite. Take a look. What else we got as options? I've got salmon and crackers I could have right now. That sounds pretty good. For my options. Yeah. Let's save the pizza for the victory night. I've got a bean burrito. Let me heat that up. That might hit the spot. I'm kind of thinking about the heartburn scenario. I don't have pepperoni on it, but man, I'd love to add some. I got a pizza margarita from the Safeway, and those are pretty dang good. So I add extra mozzarella cheese to it, and occasionally my own toppings and pineapple, of course. Thank you guys for feeding me and your kind donations. If you could join, hit the join button. We've got memberships, and that's like just subscribing to the channel and set it and forget it kind of support. So it starts at $2.99. If we can raise $1,000 in 15 days, then YouTube is supposed to match it. Now, the goal would be 100 people with the $10 memberships, or other generous folk, and many people doing the $2. That would be so wonderful. Let me mute for a second so I'm not unwrapping something and you guys are annoyed by the kitchen sounds. One moment. Yeah, the stomach is on. It should be at peace today. The past couple of days have been so hard and stressful with the family news and whatnot, and the hurricane. And I've been. If you guys didn't read the community post, it's been very, very emotional. Finding out that one of my family members might have the same kind of aggressive throat cancer that killed my brother eventually. So we're just waiting and seeing. Is it bad? Is it not? Trying to see the specialist. So I'm just trying to stay calm. You know, what can you do? Show's got to go on. Just take a few days off and deal with it. And here we go. All right, let me mute for kitchen noises. Okay, we got the burrito heating. All right, let's go take a look. I would assume these are precautionary style evacuations, but assuming is a bad thing. Okay, which ridge do we think that this is, friends? Mod Pizza's up until 10. Yes, exactly, Spyman. But my we should have a victory pizza kind of a day. Thank you. I would hate to order one right now and then my stomach goes, "Hey, I would like to give you some heartburn. How about that?" You know. And I do have one for the freezer as well. I can't go anywhere right now, and while we're having evacuations come down the pipe. So that guy says yes, they closed all the campgrounds. Yeah, absolutely. There's limited ways to evacuate now. Like the people from Angeles Oaks should be gone by now if possible. All right, let me go check on the reheat. And if I can get Bugs Bunny in here, I'll donate Spyman's donation to the others with gift memberships. I believe I'm able to do that. Bugs Bunny was the first donor ever of money back in 2020 when I reluctantly started accepting donations. When people said, "Look, you can't just stream for 2 months every day and lose all of your income, lose 2 months of your income of the year," and it almost became 3. And I finally said, "Oh my God, you're right. Fire stream, I might have to do again, not just 2 weeks of my life." So Bugs Bunny was the first, so deserves a gift honorary membership from me. And then Bo Haviland was the first person to donate a meal from Uber Eats, and he comes up in chat and goes, "Here, buy a pizza." Or a steak or something, whatever he wanted me to have. Okay. That guy says, "I think those are the fire personnel, right? lights on the right side of the screen. Could they be? Let's do a time lapse. You could see them moving around a lot. Let me know if there are any press conferences or something. These are new developments. Hey, my watch just said. Oh, okay, that's a trauma victim at a hotel call. I almost turned the radio back on. Prayer sent for that person. Yeah, fire personnel lights, gotta be. But are they moving to fire, towards it, or away? There's a lot of traffic on the road right now. Anybody have relatives in such a Big Bear? I would like to know. Okay, with the Rich fire at Anza, good progress is being made from Richard Nixon Avenue. Command and resources will be committed for the next 2 to 4 hours. Oh, I'm so glad that good progress is being made over there. Okay, if you want to look at other fires too, we can, friends. But what my big concern is, where is it cresting this hill? Like where, without our heat detections with Caltopo functional right now, this gets more difficult. Yeah, what is up with Ghost Satellites? Caltopo not working. It says 1614 UTC. When was that in? Let's see. What time is 1600 UTC in Pacific Daylight? When does daylight saving times end, friends? They'll turn the clocks against us, and all of a sudden, boom! Hello, darkness, my old friend, at 4 p.m. I dislike everything about daylight savings, whatever, just whatever. Okay, I'm on a VPN, and Google is not allowing me to access it. Are you kidding? It says prove you're not a bot. Are you kidding me? Okay. All right, so 1600 UTC in Pacific Daylight is 9 a.m. So Watch Duty hasn't had a GO satellite pass showing on it since 9 a.m. I failed to realize that. When I was Googling it earlier, I got interrupted by the radio. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The dam traffic, I'm not sure what we're seeing. You locals can maybe tell me what kind of traffic might be along the road. Okay. Because a lot of the traffic is leaving, some of it's going to the east. Because we're looking west south. We're looking to the west, so west southwest. Yeah, this is very concerning. Spyman says, "Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to chat with you again." Oh my gosh, yeah. A virtual tourist says cancer. Remember that it's British quercetin ultrasound cancer study. Google it. Okay. Yeah, this is what kind of we were going to have the party on the 16th, and I've just barely met the deadline setting up channel memberships. That took me 3 days after the last broadcast on September 11th. God, I slept since that was a 24-hour broadcast. Burrito. Since that was a 24-hour broadcast, I slept for like 20 hours after that, 15 maybe. All right, there's a medic call that's not fire related. I'm still listening to San Bernadino high desert, but I don't hear anything else about the fire. Yeah, local traffic. So this is our latest image. This is a 1-hour time lapse from the Lakeview Big Bear 1 cam. So what I would like to know is the speed of which it's traveling and has it gotten up to their lines. It can, as long as it stays within its lane, it can glow as brightly, fiercely as it wants all night, guys. But we have to know that it's going to stay within its lane. North Desert, yeah. Is Doug? Should I be listening? Wait, is there a North Desert? Is that a different channel? Should I be listening to that one? Choose a cat. San Bernardino. Whoops. Oh, it just freaked out. Not San Bernardino. San Bernardino. Ring a ding ding. You guys like Mark Knopfler? A meme on the channel is I always say, going to San Bernardino. Ring a ding ding. Every time somebody says that. Because of the Mark Knopfler song, Boom Like That. He's from the Dire Straits. Dude. Okay, let's go to watch duty. All right, look back at chat. Yeah. Are you able to hear it? We had someone, and I can't recall what their name in chat was. They emailed me. I could look back at it. A wonderful person on the bridge fire, a ham radio operator, put tactical channels up, but I don't believe is close enough for the to help us tonight with the line. He was awesome. He made his own YouTube channel and just began broadcasting it for us right around the September 11th broadcast ahead. Yeah, I believe it is an evacuation route, but it's a medic ambulance call. Go to line 5. When people see this out their windows, I think the officials really should be communicating a heck of a lot better with them. Once again, it's opening question and answer time. Just let me know what you want to know about. Everybody says local chat mentions warning has been extended from Boulder Bay east to the Wild Rose Lane. Right. Thank you for letting me know. I'm not sure what trunked and simplex and all that means. I know JCat would. They're not very good with the radios. Does that mean that others can rebroadcast or have difficulty with it, or what does it mean for the ham community? Okay, Watch Duty will probably pull that up. Thank you for the update. Warnings went from the dam east to Wild Rose. Okay. Any moment now, my Watch Duty will reflect that, I'm sure. Yep, now they're showing all these zones. This is ominous. When you refresh Watch Duty and it starts showing evacuation zones that weren't there a moment ago, yeah, stuff's getting real. So let's find and pinpoint the cam where the fire is based on what I can figure out with the crossing the cam beams. We've got different active areas. Sorry, I'm listening to the radio real quick. Simplex means walkie-talkie to walkie-talkie. Okay. Hello, comma. If your sister has a GoFundMe or something about the hurricane, let me know and I will tell it to my people. Okay, that's somebody I know back east. Okay, there's something. Watch Duty has an update for the West Cliff Fire, which is at Hood River County, Oregon. by the Columbia River. Oh, thank goodness. All local units have been cleared from that fire on the scene. It's been turned over to the Oregon Department of Forestry per radio traffic. Probably the final update on the incident. Fires in the Columbia can be real bad, so I'm happy to hear that. So come on into the stream and become a member if you like. I'm joking with my friend. He oftentimes just starts chatting and says, "What you up to? I'm sorry I missed you." And I'm like, "What do you think I'm up to? Check out my channel. I'm probably live if I'm not replying to you, man." Okay, come in here and talk to me. Don't wait for me to show up. Okay, so do you guys have a good idea from looking at where the cams are, where the okay, that's I'm still listening to the radio. I'll unmute it for you guys if something happens. Wow, look at Snow Summit South. I didn't expect to be doing a night stream actually monitoring a fire tonight, but here we are. Billy Bob says the helicopter was very active during the main event of the line fire and worked around the clock pretty much. Yeah. Let's go look at our heroes and check out and fingers crossed, Bob. Region. I don't see one up in the air, particularly right now. I was really hoping that they would work through the night, but if it's smoking like it is up in the canyon where they were showing what the Keller Ridge, Keller Peak 2 cam was showing, that area looks too smoky. Now here's something else on its way. Did they have any sort of local news copters in the air today covering this or anything, or has the news kind of moved on? That's what people were telling me, and that's a bit sad. Billy Bob says, yeah, I have eyes on November 15 hotel x-ray. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's going past Lake Arrowhead right now. The Chinooks were there earlier. Wish we could listen to air traffic. Okay. This is a 30-minute time lapse. Now the smaller amount of time that it is, the more accurate the speed is. This is time lapse. Remember, it's 1 image per minute generally. So if you put it on the lowest amount of time possible, like 5 minutes, then you can see more with more of a clear idea of how quickly the wind is going. This is really calm. Down there on the in between where the ridge tops are, down in the lower canyon areas on the slopes, there's almost no wind whatsoever. We've got a little bit affecting the tops, the ridge tops, like the prevailing wind on the high altitude, 7,000-ish feet. We've got some wind blowing away the smoke. But looking in between, like it's pretty much a dead calm. So smoke may just fill the drainages here and keep it pretty calm there, and it might put on a wild light show and flares and all this kind of rodeo up on the ridge tops. So expect that. But what is the wind doing away from the ridge tops? Jack, pretty much. It's pretty calm. Now that's what we're seeing on the cams. So understand that we might get more of a light show sort of a thing on those specific spots. It doesn't mean the whole fire is like ferocious and fierce. I would like there to be something called frequency of gusts, on weather reports. Is there a way to tell? Like, how often does a wind gust occur? It matters. I've had windy days where it's almost dead calm, and then boom, some fierce gusts will occur. But they're so few and far between that it doesn't particularly matter. Like you wouldn't be able to fly a kite for some activities. And then I've had story kind of days where there's 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts like every couple of seconds. And so you've got the bending trees situation where their limbs start ripping off eventually if they endure like a pulsing kind of a gust. The kind of days where, for an hour it's much worse than the whole entire rest of the day. But fire will climb up slopes. It doesn't need to be wind driven just because of terrain. But it looks like it's edging sideways towards this camera a little bit. Let's do a longer time lapse. Let's see. Would their terminology be called backing? The best way that a civilian can remember what backing is it's still moving a direction, but it's slower than normal. It's like not driven by wind, and it's not let's see. It describes fire movement that's slower than usual, like a person walking backwards. You're still walking, but you're not walking as fast as you can if you strode forward, So it's like going downhill against the wind is your typical scenarios. That's right. I was going to call JB. I forgot. Let's call him. Let's call him. At least I'll text him and say, "Can I call you?" Let's see. Okay. It's JB. He may not be in cell phone range. He usually detects that we were going live. Let me see. Hey, I'm live. They're calling level 2 evacuations near Big Bear Lake right now. It flared up today, Do you have any thoughts on that? You could call me and I could put you on air. Thank you, JB. Okay, let me make sure that voice typing didn't butcher what I was trying to say. Let's see. Add punctuation. Okay, that's a small call for a fire on the radio. They said unknown type fire, but it sounds like a neighborhood backyard thing. I'll turn on the radio if they say anything about this. Okay, look back at the chat. Oh yeah, fire loves to burn uphill. You cannot race it uphill or downwind. Not everybody, but people come to understand very quickly you can't race fire uphill because it will climb even against the wind. Steeper the slope, and especially if there's wind on it, the faster it'll go. But a lot of people don't realize if the smoke is at your back, you put your back to it, to where the smoke direction is, and you try to flee downwind, you can't. You can't outrace fire that way either. The embers will travel far above your head. It'll go a mile, maybe even half a mile in front of you, light the landscape on fire in front of you. You'll turn around a bend or something, see your way is blocked by fire, then you turn around and it's of course behind you because you were fleeing downwind. So it's better to come up with shelter in place options, or kind of think about it like a rip current. You don't swim swim directly in the path of a rip tide when it's taking you out parallel to shore, right? So you make a T. Like if a rip current is taking you, I'm hand gesturing here, like this way, you don't fight it or go the same way it wants to go. You would swim parallel to shore, like cross the T, go left or right if you can, if your evacuation routes. If you cannot, you need a shelter in place option. If you live where all of your roads are windy and are not paved, and or you have to go uphill to evacuate, you're extremely vulnerable with that scenario. If you have certain things like that, like you live at a dead end road or only have one road out, or you have to go 15-20 minutes or drive to get to the main paved road, I would always say elevate yourself one level of evacuation above what the authorities are doing. And the same goes if you have pets, livestock, mobility issues, health problems, or any special little problems you have, such as maybe like no good radio reception in one spot, or whatever the issue is. Yeah, exactly. If you, what I teach Doug for survival is, you need three evacuation roads out. And people can ask me about this. I'll explain it. I've repeated it a lot on the channel. This is our Snow Summit South 1 cam, and we'll check the others in a second. Did Watch Duty have the update on the evacuation area yet? Because I can't imagine that they would want to evacuate just one half of the area. To make your evacuation plan, 3 main roads in 3 different directions. Gives you 3 options for evacuation routes, 3 paved road, 3 different directions. And we're talking about highway speed, right? Roads. If you don't have that, consider yourself a little bit more vulnerable. Elevate yourself one level above what the authorities are saying, because they paint with a broad brush. They just say that region's vulnerable, regardless of some people who are a lot more vulnerable than others in it, right? They just got to paint the map. And you have to think about your own situation. Do you wonder if it's going to be okay? Culverts and bridges. Along your evacuation route, you should note, and you should plan it like so. You go to Google Maps or wherever you need to go. Like here's when we were looking at the bridge fire, like Wrightwood. And as you create your own evacuation route, you can say, hey, Catherine, help me plan one. I live in this such and such area. Just give me intersections of roads. Don't give me your address or anything. Don't put that online. But as you make your own evacuation route plan, you go into your own address, and then you want to look with the terrain layer of Google Maps, and where you're keeping your eye out for where bodies of water go underneath roads. There will be a bridge or a culvert. I turned it off terrain. There we go. Terrain is back on. And so you would note this, like where creeks and rivers go, especially. This is a dry looking area. Just find another one. Like there's Big Bear. Like if you're by Arrowhead, now wherever a body of water, like say here, Willow Creek, going under North Bay Road, there's either a bridge or a culvert. So you mark these as circles on your evacuation map, like on your paper map, and then before the crisis hits, you need to see if any of your bridges or culverts are accessible. Can you get in them? Are there bars? Is it choked with weeds? Is it wet? Is there a place to pull over? Can you hike down? I mean, is it accessible? You also want to circle golf courses, recently plowed fields, construction zone sites, big box store parking lots. These are your shelter-in-place options. But for your evacuation routes, note where all of the areas are where the road goes across bodies of water. Even if they're dry seasonally, there's got to be a culvert. Now, do not drive past a place of safety, like a bridge or a culvert that you can shelter under when you're evacuating. You can't see anymore, or you can't guarantee that the road ahead of you is totally clear. And that's how people get trapped. Like if this was a good culvert or a bridge or whatever right here, for example, you wouldn't want to take if this was a crazy emergency situation, the fire at your back, and you're running down a road. Don't keep going down the sketchy road that you're not sure is clear. You'll be going like 5 miles an hour with the visibility will be like seeing a thick fog. It'll be like you're seeing just a little bit past your bumper, and that's it. You'll be driving like 5 miles an hour, maybe 10, 15. Don't leave the area where the culvert or the bridge is. Don't drive past it to get to an area where you might get stuck on the road without it. If you live next to a golf course, hang out there unless you're sure that you can escape by car safely. Now, right now, it's totally safe because the fire's not there. This is the pre-warning time, right? So yeah, the window of opportunity to leave by car, if the fire should actually really threaten Bear Lake later, is open right now. But when you in general make your evacuation routes, the culverts and the bridges are the big lifesavers for anybody on the road. And then in the town that you're at, you want to look for the satellite image. You flip it to satellite for the rest of your journey. And the reason you make a circle where culverts and bridges are is not in the moment of crisis, but at some point you test your evacuation route. You make a checkbox for culverts and bridges that are good shelters. The rest of your planning, you put things in satellite, and you look for shelter-in-place options that you might have to. I'm sorry, I tried to mute it. Shelter-in-place options like baseball diamonds, golf courses that are green grass doesn't burn. Short grass fields, big box store parking lot, the elementary school parking lot. These places are generally pretty safe. You got your larger ponds, you got your lakes, backyard swimming pools sometimes. Just make sure that nothing can fall on you. If a tree is on fire by a swimming pool or a pond or a lake, and you're hanging out in it, make sure something on fire can't fall. That's about the only thing you've got to do for big box store parking lots. And we were talking about you have safe options and like the gravelly bars of rivers and stuff. But if you have to make sure what's there on satellite you can actually access. Like, does the golf course still exist? Like, if this was a construction site, which would be perfect for shelter in place, nothing would burn there. Is it still like this? You don't want to get a surprise. You want to keep your evacuation map updated, but these would be perfect places to just park and write anything out. So if there is a traffic jam that develops, you want to be the calm person who has a bunch of points of shelter in place, and you want to take people that out of traffic and anybody you can, and herd them over to the shelter in place option, because once it's gridlocked, it's time to change. You don't want to just sit there in your car. Common with hurricanes and flash floods, most fire victims die in vehicles. That making the choice to evacuate by vehicle after that window of opportunity is already shut. But don't worry, there are almost always shelter-in-place options. Safe places where you can write it out. Just use your head. And if you know about them before the emergency crisis, you'll come out way ahead because you can't think during the moment of crisis. You have to do all this prep before. You won't even remember your phone number very well. Like right now, you could probably remember your first phone number from home that you ever lived at, maybe your childhood home address. You have adrenaline, none of that. It'll be a blank. Your body, when you have adrenaline, your brain is pressing the adrenaline button to try to make you run. It's making fight or flight try to happen. If you don't know what to do, you'll start getting overwhelmed. But if you do know what to do, you'll stay calm and not panic, and still be able to think pretty well. And B, you can perfectly. There's something you can do perfectly, even when you are stressed and even in the moment of crisis, and that is repeat what you've done before. All right, welcome. I think you're right. I think a helicopter is circling. Snow Summit West Cam, so that would be a good idea of where the fire is it'll be. Let's go follow the helicopter for confirmation of what we're seeing on the cams. We've got a road right here. So my hunch of where it is we don't have the GOES satellite on topo for some reason. Let's see, where's that camera? Right, coming up right about where this pocket was, with just south of Siberia Creek and Kid Creek, up on the ridge. Let's see, the Snow Summit West. This is the one. This is the beam for it. It's right down that way. And it's up to the right. So, in the center of the frame. Oh, I remember what the trick is. God, I was just on the wrong camera set. We can do the ones with the panoramic and get our location. That's right. It's not UC San Diego ones that do that. It's the Cal. Let's see, Cal. Alert West, not Alert Cal. Wait, it's Alert West, not Alert Cal. Am I saying that right? God, I need more sleep. Yeah, the Alert West system has it, not the Alert Cal. That's where we can click on something and have the panoramic, and we can click and get longitude and latitude. Perfect. Okay. All right, let's look at this system. Okay, so Snow Summit West, Pano View. Oh, it's all blurry. Okay, that's fine. Okay, zoom. We have a cross beam. Yeah, there's the ridge line right there. I was hoping it wouldn't be all weird down this way, because that view really helps. Okay, what other cams can we do that are looking? Let's just do Lake View, Big Bear. Big Bear 2. Yeah, I agree, Edward. You're right. Big Bear 2. Oh. Whoa, I didn't do anything. Why did it just teleport? Okay, there we go. Now let's look at. There we go. Because you could do this and you get a longitude and lat. When you click like so. All right, so that. Thank you. I think you're right. This is the best way to figure out which ridge area. So right where it says DER in Boulder Bay. Okay. So the other view of Snow Summit West. Yeah, that's off a little bit. Wish this one was fixed. Right. Back to the other. Okay. So what you do is you zoom in this map. And then touch for the longitude, latitude. Then we'll put that in copy and launch, and we put it in Caltopo. Okay. Skyline Drive. I think it'll bump right into their lines, but I don't think it's crossed it. It's their big battleground, and here are what the lines look like. Okay. Plenty of them. You got plenty of dozer lines right there. Lookout Point. Let's see. Longitude and lat. I wish I would actually drop an actual pin where that longitude and lat is. It just takes you. It just centers the screen. And then you can just zoom. So it's right approximately right here. Clark's Summit Gravel Pit. Okay. That's not to do with the fire. That's something else. Okay. My best guess for the longitude, latitude, location for the what we see on the cams for the big flare up. The line fire is right there. On the cams. For anybody who needs it, there you go. Spyman says the governor of Florida has told his people recently. Let me look back at the cams. The governor of Florida told his people recently to write their contact info on their arms with a Sharpie in case they don't make it. Oh my God. That was a message for the people who refused to evacuate. Yeah. That's it's real. For fires, you need a dog tag. I'm so messed up. Okay, this is the last 30 minutes. We're looking at Snow Summit West Cam. That's right, we're going to look at the helicopter where it was circling. So we've got a road like so. This thing can be as bright as it wants. It just can't move beyond that pocket of where they have many different dozer lines. They've got redundancy. It's moved up to a ridge top, so it's got the access to the wind. But everything that isn't in the ridge tops is going to start choking on its own smoke. Let's see with the watch duty. Refresh. How are you guys doing tonight? Is this a little bit disconcerting or what? We have an 83% containment on the line fire. It's not over yet. It just doesn't want to die. So no change since they did the Boulder Bay evacuation level 2 all the way east to Wild Rose Lane. Zone BBC08. Okay. So let me take a copy and paste what J.E. Cat said earlier about the evacuations. Thank you for the summary, J.E. Cat. Yeah, Husky says they did lose a lot of their eastern and northeastern containment. Yeah, it wasn't at 88% the other day. Now it's 83. So, advice says unique angles of fire progression can be seen from the Dead Ridge East Cam and Red Mountain South. Yeah, I want to replay that. Okay, what watch duty? What? Oh, what's an update on that? Rich fire at Anza. Forward progress stopped. Awesome. Okay, so the Red Mountain. Oh shoot, there's a whole lot of those. Yeah, I do want to do that as well. Let me copy and paste the evac info. All right. Yeah, if you can keep that up, guys, that would be wonderful. Thanks, Husky. Copy and paste. No. Copy and paste. Right. Got it. Let's see. Which cameras show the progression? I forgot to check those earlier. I just scrolled up and lost it. Okay, that was Dead Ridge East Cam and Red Mountain South. Okay. Dead Ridge East. Dead Man's Ridge East. Isn't that so? Isn't that so cheerful? Let's look. I think it's west. Let's do a 6 hour. Man, this fire just needs to stop. I can't. I know what it's like in a way to just live with this nearby. It's awful. Oh. Okay. You can see the right of the screen. You see this misty look here. A little bit of smoke had drifted by. Then it got clear. Oh, here comes the smoke again. So that was at 1 p.m. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay, the other cam, Red Mountain South. South. The fixed, I would imagine. That's not the right Red Mountain South. That's HP Ren camera somewhere else. But that's beautiful. HP Wrens. I'm just going to play that because that's beautiful. It's unrelated. Wow. That was cool. Did you see the sunrise there? It's a 24-hour time lapse of, this is unrelated, just down there in, what, LA County? Orange County? But hey, that was neat. I like that part. Look at all the fog and stuff that happens. I can't wait for the wet season. Can you guys? I'm so anxious about October. Well, many Californians are now. But we'll every day that goes by, it will be a day that be closer to the end of that particular fire season. So summertime fire season is over. Now we have to just count the days till we're done with this one. Okay, now let's click back at the bottom of the chat. Okay, Spider-Man says the gold mine cam on YouTube is a good way to keep track of it. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, Red Mountain, Riverside County South. Okay, thanks, Edward. I was going to say which other one. Somebody named the same thing. Riverside County South. Okay. All right. Is that the one with the other fire that was by Anza? Guess I don't see it looking at the line by any means. Yeah, we'll look at the gold mine cam. That's all on YouTube, right? Yeah, Grumpy says, lurk, lurk, lurk upstairs. Who's was upstairs listening to music, was like, who's this woman in my cave? That's pretty funny. Okay, I didn't see any fire at all in this time lapse. It's close to one that happened by Anza. Whoopsie, what happened? Oh, mouse gone wild. Stop clicking. Stop clicking. There we go. Time for the dirt toys, yeah. Thank you, everybody who has helped contribute to the fundraiser for the new channel memberships thing. I was hoping tonight to explain them and have a bit of enthusiasm as a fun thing, but this just won't stop. So we can look at Killer Peak. We got a little bit of a flare here too on Killer Peak 2. And let's see. It may be looking at the same area. I think it is. Let's do the time lapse last 3. Smoke goes towards this cam for a bit and then begins to kind of settle, just settling in the ravines. North, not south, okay? I was like, I'm getting trolled here. No, it's all right. What's wrong with the cam now? Is it green? Are you good? Man, you guys watch that movie, The Fifth Element? Remember the Ruby Rod guy who kind of stole the show for a bit? He goes, "Are you green?" Bruce Willis goes, "Am I what? Are you green? Meaning, are you good? Are you good to go? Are you green?" He goes, "I'm super green." Oh, that's one of my favorite parts. I hear he's near death right now. It's just what a depressing week with celebrity deaths and hurricanes and stuff, man. But he's a legend. Bruce Willis is a legend. And Maggie Smith and James Earl Jones. So Killer Peak 2 has got some connectivity issues. But you can see that the other smoke column over to the right. Okay, I just heard tripping sounds from the circuit breaker thing on the battery backup. I think it's okay though. I think it's just power cycling itself. See, for 15 minutes, you got a slow, lazy. This is slow, lazy activity. Because when you slow it down to the 5 minutes and the 15 minutes, you can see that this is not particularly fierce winds or anything. So this is great news that it's approaching their lines in the least fierce time, like the best time possible at night when it's cold and when there's not that much wind. So this is good in a way. We wouldn't want this area that hasn't burned yet to be tested by, high winds, high noon, extreme high temps. But at the fires here close to the community is not good. But the more fuel that burns off tonight, the safer you are. That goes for Angeles Oaks, that goes for Big Bear. Okay, that's a back pain call. I don't need to listen to that one on the radio. Okay, let's redo the, it was north, not south. Okay, so that's the Keller Peak cams. Let's see, this is our current view of Snow Summit West. Now, since they have lines and roads right here, I don't expect it to go up over further to the right. If I'm reading the terrain correctly, it should hit their lines right there in that pocket and stop. And just stop. Because let's reference where it is. Right up here by the lookout point stuff. But you see how they have black line? They've got a lot of black. So even though it's made it, and you can now see it on the cams, it's up over here. They do not expect it in this section to cross. It's black. So it climbed up out of the canyons area. It's now flaring up. It's got access to the most wind, which is up on the ridge tops, but still really mild with 15 mile an hour at the most wind gusts tonight. Perhaps happening a bit later. It's supposed to be a dead calm to only about a 6 mile an hour sustained. It's cold. Let's see what's the temperature right now. Let's refresh. Right, sorry, this unrelated medical call. Humidity 36%, dead calm, southwest wind of 0 miles an hour, 50 degrees. I think they've got it. They've got a good chance of just keeping it right there. Now, where else it might be in the areas where we can't see it, I can't make an assessment. But in that pocket, it looks like solid defense for something they've been preparing for weeks. It's just right here. This is what bothers me, the active fire edge perimeter stuff here that has no line down that way, because it could come and threaten it from this way, but they've got lines completed like so. They're just not 100% done with connecting them all. So steep, rugged terrain. I know that. Like that is one heck of a cliff right there. This is almost waterfall-esque, kind of a steep drop off, right? Like so. But we've pinpointed on the cams that it's up here on lookout. I believe lookout point is where that is. So, oops, sorry, mouse gone wild. They've got lots of completed over here on this, all over the ridge tops. We'll just have to wait and see. It can get as big and bright as it wants. It can consume all the fuel that it wants. It just can't move past. You don't want to, if you start seeing it to the right side of the screen, I'm sure they'll be calling for evacs and all that. Hey, Mr. Tahoe, welcome back. How are you doing? Billy Bob says we lost the historic fire lookout up there, the oldest in California. Is that where it happened? I was so sad to hear that. I couldn't get confirmation when people started saying that. Is that on that lookout hill where it used to be? I don't understand that. All you do is landscape well enough and these things can't burn. You just wrap it up, close the dang windows. And I've seen horrible things about what they do to try to keep fire lookouts up, like put up wooden roofs on them and stuff. It's just ridiculous. When they're doing repairs, some of them are in disrepair, but you just don't board them up with wood, you know. You're doing great. Yeah. What a crazy situation over there. Are you guys talking snow yet? It looks like I'll probably be going to the Tahoe area around, I may be able to leave for California within a week, but if I have to see my surgeon before my surgery, which is around November 6th or so, then I may have to wait until the October 16th to see my surgeon. Then I could be down in California by October 17th, and I will be in the Tahoe area. But now since I was delayed by the car being in the shop for an extra week and being messed up, I know that now I've got to bring chains and snow gear. I wasn't planning on that, but I know that October is now winter in the mountains, high altitudes. We're watching this camera anxiously down there at Big Bear Lake. What are the temperatures at Tahoe now these days, like night times? I can't believe it snowed around there in August. It's madness. Billy Bob says, Spy Man, yeah, I used to drive past it every day when I lived in Green Valley Lake. Broke my heart. My heart. Wanted to take my daughter up there. Yeah. These are absolutely shameful events. California losing any historic fire lookouts is one gigantic red flag where we don't take care of the landscaping. These lookouts die because they allow bushes and trees to grow right up next to them. Don't take care of them. They may have weeks of notice that a fire is approaching, but they still won't just go to the damn lookout, wrap it up, and protect it. They'll just maybe arrive the last day. The same thing goes with our critical infrastructure towers. We saw one just burn down for absolutely no reason during the line and not the line fire, the early bolt and flash fires in Fresno County. Like they had 6 hours notice that the fire is going to one. So I know that the locals are strapped, but you can pick up the phone and call another community and say, please babysit, this radio tower and make sure that the grass is wet right next to the window so that the fire doesn't destroy millions of dollars of equipment. Like somebody with a garden hose could have defended that tower. But they didn't. And over the radio we hear, hey, everybody doing evacuations. If we lose radio comms because the fire burns up the tower, stop doing evacuations and abandon the locals and return to our location. What? Spyman says the people who mentioned that the lookout, manned that lookout were all volunteers. Too bad they did not do any brush removal. Well, I'm thinking that the state needs to do it. If you have things on the National Register of Historic Places, and most of these are state and or federally owned land, even if volunteer organizations are allowed to be on it, it is the government, state and federal, that should protect these things because we need them again. They're not quaint little historic, oh, it's nice that we have them around. No, we need them again. We need them to function. It has fire lookouts with electricity and cameras there so that we can monitor where the fires are. We need them reopened. We need them rebuilt. We need them to have drone platforms so they can send drones out to do more scouting, like to verify a fire is there or is not. So we need them back. But it just explains that we need to put more radios out there so that there's more communication and firefighters don't have to drive to each other to hand each other maps. They need to be able to text each other. It's just that California and the feds are not taking care of history, and especially history that needs to come back in form and function. Yep, unfortunately, you ready for the snow? Yep. Spyman says the aspen trees and brush are all golden now in the Tahoe area, best time of year. Oh, yeah, that's true, isn't it? That would be so cool to get down there as fast as I can. Okay. So, I'm not blaming people for what just happened. I don't know any circumstances about losing the historical San Bernardino lookout. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm mad at the trend that I've been seeing year after year after year. We lose these things, and for no reason. The reason I'm saying no reason is fire lookouts were built on hills, and all the brush was clear around them, and it was just supposed to be a bunch of rocks around them. They're supposed to be fireproof. The volunteers and or staff are supposed to be safe there. So when California and or the feds or whoever allows brush to grow right up against the buildings. That's about the only way you can lose them. But we see that happen. So Lisa Mahika, welcome, says, got a grandbaby arriving in mid-December in the La Sierra, trying to decide if I should drive up or fly from San Diego. Yeah, I know it can be hard to. Congrats, by the way. It can be hard to decide. Yeah. Well, that's good, Mr. Tahoe, and do send me your contact info so we can meet up for sure. Thing that I was there in December of 2021, and just as the blizzards came in, so I had to leave. And I'd like to return. I was there briefly in summer of 2022 before I had to return to Oregon, trying to film the documentary on the Caldor. So I would like to make more connections at the time. It's not going to be that great weather for filming this time of year, but I need to make connections and I can interview people. Fireman says disaster number 1 was Hull Ridge Tower during the Beachy Creek fire. Yeah, do keep a note on those things, Spyman. We need to make a list and figure out what we lost in the last couple of years. Mr. Tahoe says, yeah, I went to live in an aspen grove. I saw the one in Christmas Valley. That one's cool. Did you know that the aspens are all the same creature? It's a giant creature that lives underground, and all the aspen shoots are just like, it's like a creature growing hair. It's the same entity. Like they're all genetically the same. It's aspens, right? That I'm talking about. So they're all clones. They're all identical in DNA if you DNA tested the leaves. And so it's just one gigantic creature living underground. It's the root system, and it just constantly pushes up the trees. But each tree is just another copy of itself. Lisa says, thanks, Captain. Excited for another baby. Yeah, me too. There you go. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the Hull Ridge Tower during the Beachy Creek. Yeah. I thought that was just a radio tower. I didn't know that was a lookout tower, Spyman. Just like mushrooms. Yeah, exactly, Spyman. Just like mushrooms. So, isn't it one of the largest creatures on Earth? There's an aspen grove in like Colorado or something. It's in trouble. They're trying to protect it. But Christmas Valley, that one's magical down there. Down there in Tahoe. Let's see here. That was the problem with Tahoe, is I was there to film some devastation and disaster, and the snows had just would not come through December 2021. Sea Probe had gotten in touch with me and said, I can fly you over the Caldor burn scar and fly you to Tahoe. And I went, great. And as soon as I accepted his offer and drove down to California, the atmospheric rivers and avalanche and blizzard situation rolled in. So that's just my luck. Now here it's getting brighter here on the cam, so this is the test of their lines. This is the test. Let's continue monitoring this situation. So here it is with Snow Summit South. We're doing a 1 hour time lapse. 1 hour time lapse makes it look like there's some fierce winds or something, but it isn't. If you do the 5-minute time lapse, you can still see how lazy the wind is. It's like, here's the repeat of the 5-minute. Let's look at our helicopters and see who's buzzing around here. Yep, there's November 76 Charlie Golf. Circled around Boulder Bay for a bit, and it went right over here, as expected, to the Clark's Summit Skyline Ridge area. At the intersection of the Clark's Grade and 2 and 10 road. There you go. Hang on, friends. Okay. Nothing important on the radio. I won't unmute it. Yeah. Colson Aviation, sorry. Are they there? Lisa says the evacuation road down from Big Bear is one lane and windy. I wouldn't want to see another paradise. Oh gosh. You mean to the east of it? You mean 38? 38 is one lane and windy? I mean, I'm not sure I know where you're talking about. They seem to be highways to me. Are they? Am I misunderstanding it? Okay, 18 is one lane. Wow. I mean, then again, over by Mineral and remember the park fire guys? Oh God, that could have been insane. What? I mean, it was insane. It could have been much more insane, especially if it was still burning right now. With the park fire, one of the highways was exactly a one-lane road over by not Mineral, but southeast of there. So yeah, that's where normal. That's where people and local knowledge comes into play. At 18, a few passing lanes here and there. Wow. Okay. Well, what about 38? I mean, people could take that also. It seems like there's kind of there's one direction out of town, which is east, pretty much. But some people could take 38. No. Okay. So, but thank you for your knowledge. Let's keep looking at the cams. My own opinion is that the fire weather is not bad enough to cross their lines unless something really weird happens, or they're not telling us about some weird factor. I think it's good to keep people on alert, on notice. And perhaps they're just trying to spread the word because tomorrow's weather will be challenging. The next couple of days will be challenging. But tonight, I do not expect it to cross. Should the forecast remain what they're saying. It's just so cold. They've been here for weeks. They've made so many lines in this area. The wind's not directly blowing towards Big Bear Lake. I want to reiterate, not the kind of person who would be able to go to sleep looking out the window and seeing that. I would be leaving tonight if I thought that tomorrow might be a precautionary evacuation sort of a thing. Let's just look at the weather forecast for tomorrow in the Big Bear area. 38's closed, like completely around Big Bear Lake, like even to the east. I know on the west side it was, but is it like 100% shut down? Just look at that. That's not something I'd look out the window and say that is fine. I would be like, there's some risk, and there's one way that I can make myself 100% safe from it, and that's get out of the way. And most evacuations amount to people going away and coming back. And if you look at statistics, it's most evacuations, the situation is fine and people come back. We're talking most fires, most evacuations. However, what is the potential for the annoying and stressful stuff, the big traffic jams and all that? I also avoid that part of it by leaving. Medical aid. That can be more stressful than the actual fire risk. Husky says the weather is going to get hotter and drier with high pressure for the Big Bear area. Yeah, I just wish that they had notified people much earlier today. I keep saying yesterday as if it's midnight. Doesn't it feel like it's midnight? I'm very tired. I have not slept much for the last couple of days. Yeah, Husky, you've been telling me about that. Do you have a, news snippet that we can watch real quick from like local news? It'll just explain that very well. Um, that would be good. I can read, I can keep reading the weather and just what it looks like next couple of days, like forecast outlook. See if we have an update on it. It was still 9 hours ago at noon 30 when the forecast discussion was. Oh, actually, we've got an update. Hey, the West Cliff fire is 100% contained. That's good. Okay. Forecast discussion for the Big Bear Lake area at 8:57 p.m. Okay, well that's not bad. We got a new one. Synopsis. It's a 5-minute time lapse. Let's do an hour or something. Hot temperatures, weather. Okay, that's not me being stupid. That's their typo. Hot temperatures, weather will occur through the week. Continue through the coming week. You guys need a copy editor at NOAA Weather because I could help you all out. Hot temperatures, weather will occur through the week. Continue through the coming week for inland areas. God, that almost gives me a seizure reading that. Through the coming week for inland areas with a shallow marine layer keeping temps at the coast moderated with low clouds and patchy dense fog each morning. High pressure will slowly ease its grip by the end of the week with a subtle decrease in temperatures. The discussion for extreme southwestern California, including Orange County, San Diego, western Riverside, southwestern San Bernadino County included. Our live look. Evening update. Low clouds stuck to the San Diego County coast again. Okay, blah, 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 marine layer, blah, 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 blah. Surface gradients down there in San Diego County, blah, blah, blah. Okay. While some stratus development is expected overnight, less inland extent will occur as surface pressure gradients trend offshore. Means mainly to the north. And the marine layer remains more shallow. Patchy dense fog is possible where clouds develop over higher coastal terrain and on the coastal mesas. Otherwise, skies will be clear tonight, except for areas of smoke in the vicinity of the line fire. Previous discussion in the short term, our inversion has held strong today. So this means now through Wednesday. Our inversion has held strong today, keeping low clouds near the beaches early this afternoon. Slow lower level mixing will allow for clearer skies to occur the next couple of hours. A weak low is crossing our region overhead, leading to the coolest day for most areas away from the coast as head into the work week. I'm going to say that they meant as we head into the work week. Okay. A weak low is crossing our region overhead, leading to the coolest day of the work week. What day is that? Okay. I think they scrambled this and really needed to have reread it before they posted it. High pressure off the coast today will move eastward across the desert southwest, bringing increased heat to the region of Southern California. Temps will increase near 5 to 10 degrees from what we've been seeing today for the inland valleys west of the mountains, up into the high desert, with a moderate to high chance of seeing triple-digit readings in the Inland Empire. Yeah, 113 in Palm Springs, guys. Hold on to your butts. The marine layer will become slightly more shallow, keeping low clouds and areas of dense fog closer to the coastal areas by Monday morning. This coastal fog pattern will continue until at least Wednesday. The ridge of high pressure, here's the meat and potatoes, will strengthen further into Tuesday and Wednesday, with the hottest weather expected overall as 850 MB temps. Melbar, what the heck is an 850 MB temperature? Rise near 28 to 30 degrees Celsius. And who cares about Celsius, honestly? Right. This is un-American. This is the most un-American weather forecast in Celsius. Latest forecast guidance continues to trend hotter, so forecast highs have been increased to account for this. Great. Meaning like an hour ago. Great. The latest forecast guidance continues to trend hotter, so forecast highs have been increased to account for this. As our confidence grows in the forecast, we have also issued another excessive heat warning across those low deserts and heat advisories for the Inland Empire and San Diego Valley, as major heat risk is expected from Tuesday through at least Thursday. Go surfing, guys. As of now, Wednesday looks to be the hottest day across the region. NVM probabilities are moderate to high, and seeing temperatures of at least 105 across Inland Empire. Yep, Lisa, it's Santa Ana Wednesday season. So this is our live view of the Big Bear cam. Let's go look at the others to make sure it's just staying in its spot. Remember, it can glow bright as it wants. It just can't move. You don't want it marching across the right side of the screen. It should not move much from where it is right now. I imagine if I could visualize this, mind you, I've never been there. From what we're looking at the cams, where it is, and what we've seen on the battle map of where the lines are, we shouldn't see it move past this point. See this spot here? Just look at the terrain, how it rises. And then like here's its peak thing right here. I would not want to see it move past this point, this little spot where my cursor is, because then I think it would have gone past perhaps lines. See how they have it as a pocket over there, but it's up on this plateau kind of area. And then you've got, not living here or being in this area. I still think it's behind the black over here. So if only we could hear the actual firefighters saying stuff. But as long as it doesn't march to the right, because we're looking to the west, southwest, we're good. If I knew exactly where the roads began, I could tell you where the black line is. I can't, but we saw the battle maps, and that's their briefing map from today, so it's as fresh as possible. Yeah, I'll continue reading the forecast. So I just want to point out, because people come and go, what we're seeing right here. So I would say, as long as it stays within the lines, pray that as much of that burns off right now as possible. It'll strengthen their position. The more and more fuel that gets depleted by where they're trying to hold the line, the better. So now let me continue reading the forecast. Turn on the heater. Okay, I just turned on the heater underneath my desk, but I managed to mute the word Alexa because I don't want to turn on your guys' heaters over the phone. Okay, probabilities for triple-digit heat across San Diego County and blah, 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 like Ramona. Like foothills have similar chances as well. 80s and 90s will be common away from the immediate coast in Orange and San Diego counties. Please be safe in the heat by avoiding outdoor recreation in the afternoon hours and drink plenty of fluids if you must be outside. Long term, Thursday to next weekend, models are in good agreement of the high weakening. Yeah, the high pressure stuff is what we don't like. That's all this hot, dry crap. Long term, meaning, okay, longer term forecast, Thursday to next weekend. By Thursday, models are in good agreement of the high weakening. Our weakening some as the weak trough lingers further off the coast, and this should help increase offshore flow, leading to settled cooling for areas west of the mountains. Confidence is still low, though, on how much we are able to cool off. But one thing's for certain. Temperatures will continue to remain much above normal through the end of the week. Bah. Ooh. We don't like no hot autumns. We don't like that. the Pacific trough that will near the Pacific Northwest, and we've been mentioning the past few days, that may cool us off. Well, that is looking less likely. That's the way they put it. I'm just reading it verbatim. Long-range models are now coming into fairly good agreement of the ridge anchoring over the desert southwest into the end of the week. We may be able to be far enough away from the center of the high pressure and closer to the weak trough off the coast, which will help us cool off a bit more by late week. Kind of incoherent. But confidence is low on where the ridge and the trough will be set up. Okay, aviation messages, marine forecast. Skywarn activation is not requested. However, weather spotters are encouraged to report significant weather conditions. What's Skywarn? And there's an official weather spotter activities set up or something? Cool. Watches, warnings, and advisories for California down here. Heat advisory from 10 a.m. Tuesday to 8 p.m. Wednesday for San Bernardino and Riverside County valleys. The Inland Empire, San Diego County valleys. Says of heat warning from 10 a.m. Tuesday to 9 p.m. Thursday for the Coachella Valley, San Diego County deserts. So that's our. Okay, sorry. There's the radio crackled back to life, but that's just medical. Boy, is that a flare up right there. Woo. All right, looking back at the chat. Husky says, "Do worry. I am all knowing with the Southern California weather." Thank you, Husky. Lisa, thanks for your contribution. The Lucerne route has a hairpin curve. Hopefully no tractor trailers go that way. Yeah. I'm sure anybody who is a trucker in the region knows exactly where you can and can't go. Okay, Doug Anderson says, I've been in the fire service for 30 years, never underestimated fire. Yep. Thank you for your service, Doug. If they say evacuations level 2, it is serious. And when I must, medic ambulance, yeah. Okay, sorry. I was still listening to the radio. The authorities need to be a lot more forthcoming with just what their thought process is here. When they call level 2s right before dark on a community, really there should be a lot of things explained here. So are people meant to pack throughout the night? I mean, level 2 means you should already be ready to go. Level 1 is get ready to go. Okay? Make your last preps, get your go bag, get everything in the car. Okay, that's level 1. By the time level 2 is called, you should already be ready to go at a moment's notice. The way they say ready, set, go, they need to say be set. It's not get set. It's like ready, like get ready, be set. Level 3 is grab your keys and go. Okay, so everybody should be ready to go at a moment's notice. And yes, I do. I do recommend leave before you're told. That's the best outcome that you can have. And also the stressful stuff of avoiding the traffic jams and all that crap. And then you can go to sleep nice and soundly without having to worry about that dreaded knock on the door. Absolutely take this seriously, but I'm just explaining that if the weather holds, they've got a great chance of just keeping it right here in this pocket. They may call for level 3s tomorrow. And that may be so that they could prep deeper into the neighborhoods as a precaution against this terrible damn weather that is going to get worse throughout the next kind of couple of days. When people are gone, they can just move fast. They can just work fast. And around, we've seen them precautionary evacuate people all over the place by Washoe County, Nevada. when they put people at the end of the first day of the Quillisi fire in a neighborhood on level 2 notice, because they wanted them to be prepared for the level 3 precautionary the next day. The Quillisi was later called the Gold Ranch fire, but that was several weeks ago. And it was just because it would be easier for them to move about the neighborhood and whack-a-mole any little stray embers or something that landed in yards or, roof gutters or something. Even though the fire was caught, the embers there was a slight risk of that to the neighborhood. So they told people the day before level 2, and that gave them the opportunity throughout the evening and night to pack and be ready to go. The level 3 came in the morning, just as a courtesy, so it was daylight. And then they moved into the neighborhoods to make sure they were 100% safe, and prepped them themselves and moved gear in and out of the neighborhoods. Pumpkins like water. They're like doughboy swimming pools full of water. The pumpkins. They're like a temporary water station for the trucks and engines to fill up on. And they just need people out of the way to do this stuff. They might just set that up in your driveway. So how can they do that if you don't evacuate? Like you're going to open up, you want to go get the groceries or something, and you click your garage door open, and then you see a pumpkin in your driveway. This is why they get people out of there. Sometimes level 3s are just precautionary. So I wonder if that scenario could be playing down like this. Either way, it sucks when daybreak comes or 9 in the morning comes, and they're like, level 3, let's cause the worst traffic jam in your entire city that it will ever see. But what is the amount that people should be worried like of this running over tonight? I can only be as reassuring as possible. Unless there's some weird freak thing and some crazy change in the weather, they've got every opportunity to keep it right there where it is. So it's looking at the future forecast. This may just be what happens. So Spyman says it posted on a Big Bear community chat page on YouTube. The entire town needs to be ready to go just in case. Absolutely, they do. When you see divided fire evacuation zones like this, like the fire's not going to stop on that line. This doesn't mean that like that area is safe. They draw these evacuation zones for in a couple of ways. Like it's regional, and it's also they're trying to think of how many people are in each one. So when they can, they'll do one first and then the other. Like it's more important that the people here on the west side leave first, get notified first, and leave first, because they would, in the worst case scenario, they'd be impacted first. So you would want to give these people priority notice and priority to kind of make their way out, because their way out is past this neighborhood and all that. So you want these, if ideally, as far as managing traffic, right, get these people going first, and then as these others pack, when you've got traffic jam situations like that. But no, like that doesn't mean that, oh, this area's at risk, that one's safe for some arbitrary reason. They'll they create evacuation zones on the fly as they need to. Let's see here. Go back down to look at some of these cams, but don't torture yourself looking at the cams all night. Make your decision about what you're going to do. Make sure you are 100% ready to go, and anticipate that there could be a major traffic jam tomorrow. They would go west? Why would they go west? That's towards the fire, though. Yeah, is there something I'm not understanding? Because west of, here's Big Bear Lake. If the fire goes I mean, there's a south and southeast wind trying to push the fire to the north here. I can't imagine they would allow anybody to evacuate west. I don't think this road's open. 18. I can't imagine that being open. It goes, here's the other part of the fire perimeter. I don't think you can go west. No, the fire is south. Oh, okay. Yeah. So to put this in a nutshell, I don't think that the community will, with all the information that I have right now, that the community will be impacted tonight. And everything I'm looking at it makes things look pretty, uneasy, but that's just it. Just uneasy. You've got a threat on your doorstep. Is it immediate? They'd be calling level 3s already if they thought it was going to jump lines. You've got very good weather right now. It's pretty dang mild tonight. This is what I think they're doing is they're preparing people for the fact that they are having bad weather this week. There are incomplete gaps in their lines. That the fire may go towards the north if it can. See where this red is? I wish we had the new perimeter up. I hope they get the plane up there. But I'm not staying awake past midnight. I want to go to bed pretty soon, actually. 18 is open to the west of Big Bear Lake. Really? Okay. That's interesting. That's great. Then it would be, I guess the evacuation would be easier. But I can't imagine it would be if the fire moves around tomorrow. Okay. Is it a good option, though? I mean, what's it like to drive this? This looks like it hugs a canyon wall, and this looks it looks like, mind you, I've never been here before. It looks like kind of thing that would be a mule kind of trail and like a terrifying drive. Let's look at that on Google or Google Maps. That's Lake Arrowhead. We don't want that. It has the Google car driven there. There's Angeles Oaks there. So let's go to 18. 38, Bear Creek, Killer Pig. Okay. Is the Google car done there? Hey. Ugh. Okay, not. Is it as scary as I'm thinking? Let's go where we have a vantage point. Ugh. Okay, I'm afraid of heights and stuff like this, so I would look over the edge and go, ah, ah. Okay, it's wider than I thought. Okay. Well, that's really good. Still don't want your car going off the edge right there. Yeah. Bye. Goodbye, cruel world, if you go to the edge. It's pretty. Looks pretty. So this is actually the best evacuation route going west. That would explain the car is headed west then. Okay. It's very windy and twisty. When's the last time you were there, Spy Man? Lisa says 18 has two ways down the mountain. 18 west is very windy. 18 east is not as windy. Okay. Yeah. God. We used to drive the truck around and wind hit it, and it was terrifying. Oh, do you mean windy? Windy, excuse me. I've got to have some sleep here, guys. I read windy as windy. Okay. Man, look at this tufa. Looks volcanic. Wow. California's geological past. I'm the kind of a rock wannabe rock hound nerd that would be like, wow, look at this volcanic tufa. Everybody in the car with me goes, oh my God, we're not stopping so you could collect rocks, Catherine. We're not doing that. We're going to go do our vacation. I'm like, but But look at the igneous. Look at the veins. I need a sample. And they're like, no, we're not stopping. Okay. Windy. Oh, you meant windy. Okay. You didn't mean windy road. You meant windy. Okay. Looks like it's a windy, windy road. Okay. So if that's still open west of Big Bear Lake, then oh, okay. All right. Let's look at our cams. I don't think I can end the stream just now. I've been trying to reset my schedule so I wake up pretty early. It's a forlorn hope. I'm like, yeah, I'll be going to bed at 9 at night. Sure. Looks like the line fire heard me make those plans. Yeah. All right. Oh, you meant winding. Okay. All right. Okay. Lisa says, it's Mojica, right? Sorry if it's Mojica or something, I'm sorry if I butcher it. My son is a snow farmer in the Sierras, lived in Big Bear for many years. Tons of friends there, and a friend in Asheville, North Carolina. Cool. Okay, that's about an ambulance. I haven't heard anything about fires for more than an hour, friend. Husky says tomorrow there will be 15 to 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts from the south. Yeah. We'll watch it through this next flare up, but I think they're having their little battle there, but it's within the best possible scenario. The fire arrived where they have a nice pocket of completed lines, and now they get rid of all that vegetation there that was right next to their lines in the cool of the night instead of the heat of the day. So as long as you don't move, burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno, burn, baby, burn. They've got a helicopter helping them out to chase after any spots to go over. Godspeed. Yeah, Spyman had said the cedar fire was started by a hunter who said he was lost, so he started a brush fire on purpose for a signal fire. But I don't believe that story, and many people don't. There were inconsistencies with it. So I believe that's what we're talking about, the cedar. I would have to Google it to make sure that's the very one. I don't believe. Is that the one in San Diego County? There have been some that were started by people lost and dying. One of them that did kill, and that was legit. That was, whoops, I should not have started a signal fire. And he said in court, I wish I had killed myself instead, because it killed people and families. There's one Southern California fire that was like that, where he showed absolute real remorse. But then there were a couple others where, oh, I was lost, and so I started a signal fire, and some lying had been occurring to the police, and the story not quite adding up. To make sure. Okay, sorry, I had to listen to the radio for a second. Let's see if it's the one I was thinking of. Cedar Fire. Oh man, not Google. Google doesn't like my VPN. I'll do that off screen. The CAPTCHA. Cedar Fire on Wikipedia. Wikipedia.org. There have been several that were signal fires for people trying to signal helicopters and stuff. I want to make sure I have the right one that I'm thinking of, but one that's supposedly an accident, a lot of people just don't think it was. Let's see here. And CAL FIRE took a lot of flack on that particular one for not the one I'm thinking of, for not for a couple of reasons. One of which not just sort of believing the guy's story at first, I believe. Let's see, 15 people were killed by the cedar fire, including one firefighter. Yeah, there were 60. Many of those who were killed were trapped by the flames, which were driven by 60-mile-an-hour winds that propelled the flames faster than residents could flee. Of those killed, 13 died in the first 24 hours. At least 10 people were trapped in their vehicles trying to outrun the flames. That's what I try to reiterate. Statistically, most victims are found in their vehicles because, unfortunately, the authorities just drum into everybody's head that you have to run from fires. You have to run away from them. You don't. You have to live through them. But oftentimes sheltering in place is a lot more smart than leaving at all. Especially if there's these windy, it takes a long time to evacuate roads you can't go very quickly on, especially if there's a traffic jam or if you don't know where exactly the fire is. Like if you're in a big box store parking lot, you stay there, read a book. In Colorado, in the New Year's fire, the New Year's of January 2022, there's that viral video of the cops running into a Costco and telling everybody in the store, "Run for your lives!" almost. Listening to the radio? Okay, that was a medical call. They were like, "Go, everybody run, there's a fire." The people went outside and they saw the big smoke plumes coming. There was already a traffic nightmare on the nearby highway. And I'm not criticizing the police, but what they should have done is told everybody to remain in their vehicles because they're already safe in the Costco parking lot because pavement and asphalt doesn't burn. Don't create a traffic jam. Solve it so that people can evacuate they can. But once the traffic jam is already created, the law enforcement should be educated about shelter in place for fire so that they can think about things and guide people away to safety so that they can ride it out. That's what happened in Paradise. A lot of people just survived in the parking lots and the construction sites. And sitting in your car or in a vehicle in that situation is a lot better than riding it out in a dang swimming pool or something. But everybody should keep in their car a wool blanket. I haven't explained that in a long time, and I should just have an explainer video to show people. But a wool blanket is something you should keep in the car and evacuate with. And that can really save your life. The people think, "Oh, there's a wildfire, so I'll just sit in a body of water or get wet and I'll be safe." And yeah, you'll get hypothermic too. Wildfire heat, unfortunately, is not going to keep you warm. Heat rises and goes away from you if you get wet and it's nighttime. Especially what a wool blanket does for you is it will keep you warm even when it is wet. So the wool blanket is also fire resistant, so you could throw it over your head and shoulders, and you can walk to, with embers and hot smoke raining down you. You can walk to, sorry, the radio's interrupting me. Engine 305, confirm now. Assigning them to what? I think it's a medical call, sorry. I keep listening to San Bernardino County. Now, don't be too alarmed at this if it don't move. We're watching it, but it seems to be behind the lines. They'll let us know if it isn't. And we just need to know if it moves. And then I need to get sleep so that we can cover this tomorrow if we have to. The guy got 5 years probation and a $9,000 fine. Yes, Spyman, I'll have to look up which exact fire was the one that I think I spoke too soon. I shouldn't say that flippantly. There were a couple of signal fires where the person who made it had a pretty wild claim, but it's still suspicious. Some were innocent mistakes, but man, terrible mistakes. But I would never want to be in that position where, you're dying of thirst and it's hot and you want to signal a helicopter or something, but it might get out of control and kill people and, run through neighborhoods. Like, just find a way to signal with reflection or something. Just that's the only way to make your situation worse. Just don't take others with you. I wonder how many unsung heroes were like that, who are like, I'm not going to start a fire, but I am lost. How would we ever know? So, give me a moment to make a quick text message. Okay, Hey, Nicole, hello. Yeah, you guys tell me when the clock freezes. It's a window, and so if I put other windows on top of it, then it goes to sleep. It's just a a website called clocktap.org or something. Let me see what it's called. So unfortunately, that's the way that these browser windows do these days. If you cover it up with another window, then that browser window will go to sleep, and that saves computer RAM. Okay, friends. Is it working again? I think it is. Hey, Nicole, how are you doing? You just heard about the line. You came here straight away. Yeah, it's holding. It's holding. Oh, where's my smartwatch? I got it on. Okay, good. So, what we want to see is it to stay right so. If it does, then it's actually good because there's a 3-hour time lapse. We want the vegetation that's around the lines there to burn off because tomorrow we'll have wind gusts of 15 to 25 miles an hour. We'd like this stuff to burn off before then. It gives them a much, much better opportunity to hold this and handle it. So all we want to make sure is it's not moving to the right of the screen. Now, I think the on radio chatter, I think it's just medical. I'm still listening to San Bernardino there. But unfortunately, they don't really talk about the fires. They spoke about other people reporting nearby fires. But not this one, and we don't want to hear about this one. I just wish we could listen to the tactical and, as they're there doing their exciting battles and whatnot. But this is one that they can win tonight. It's just tomorrow, who knows? So let's look at the battle maps here. Now, this is their briefing map from this morning. Fires approximately right. So let's see if we can get this bigger. And the black line is right there. It means they really don't think that the fire can pass it unless extraordinary circumstances occur. That's what black line is. And sometimes black line, like somebody might say, oh, but handline sucks, but au contraire, what if it held already and they already burned off pretty much all of the fuel? Then that's pretty solid, actually. You can make it by hand, rakes and shovels and stuff, but then you can strengthen it by doing firing on either side. And what if it was just a bunch of I mean, I don't know this region, but the example is if it was a bunch of small trees and brush and it's already burned up totally, or say it was a whole bunch of rocky area, like it might be a good natural barrier that helps them just pencil that in. And with rakes and hand tools and basic chainsaws and stuff, hand tools, they could make that solid. It will depend on what's there, like what kind of vegetation is right next to the line to actually burn. So if you know about this region, you let me know. We can always look at satellite, and we do have some high altitude rocky, sparse vegetation zones here. And then we have areas of really thick trees, like in front of the camps. So the areas where you got your big thick trees will flare up and continue to be going throughout the night. But like I said, it depends. Like right here on this spot of the road, if these are just kind of bushes and small trees and mostly rocks, easy to make a good hand line there. So with it being pretty mild weather, I can see why it's very disconcerting and why they might really be worried for tomorrow. But it's like, here's the last 5 minutes. It's not like it's wild and crazy wind or anything. Like, just look at down here. It's pretty mildly drifting. Got the helicopter buzzing around, helping them with spots, I'm sure, to look out for them and to chase after them. Okay, friends, let's continue monitoring. Okay, the radio is on, but I'll unmute it. Look at the helicopter go by if we need to. Let me look back at the chat. Now, I had to rearrange my windows. So let's try to put the clock somewhere that it's going to be still showing up. Let's see here. Mute the phone a bit. Okay. Just stopping by. Hey, just stopping by. Remember, don't be alarmed by this unless it moves to the right of the screen. I'm sure they'll call for evacuations if that had happened, but it's bumping up against their lines as far as I can tell. But those lines are very robust. They've got contingency lines behind it. So just be alarmed if it moves around, and if officials tell you to be alarmed. As long as it stays where it is, go ahead and burn brightly. Burn, baby, burn. Get that fuel reduced for us. Oh yeah, the gold mine can on YouTube. Thank you so much. Let's check that out. And then I was gonna watch this El Niña El Nino or La Nina video. Let's see. Gold mine cam or Big Bear. Right, here we go. Thanks, Spyman. Big Dog. Artist formerly known as Spyman. How do I'll just text the chat off. Okay, there we go. So this is, oh, do we have the right to rebroadcast? I don't have it on. Is this Big Bear Mountain and Big Bear? Camera moves to a new location every 2 minutes. That's the thing, Spyman, is I need to know, do we have rebroadcasting permission? They don't say that there. It says SoCalMountains.com. It doesn't say restricted. It doesn't say it's okay. So I can click through it for fair use, and it shows today, not looking that bad. It doesn't have a clock. And you start to see a lot of smoke blow up, all the dead trees in the foreground. And then, oh, there's a bird. Here it is. Okay. That's gorgeous. This resolution is gorgeous compared to what we usually look at. It's a 1080. Whoa, a 1080 version. Yeah. You can see the heat that's still behind it there, and it runs up to the top. Which direction is this looking now? The SoCal Mountains Gold Mine Cam of Big Bear. Is this just looking west northwest? Like west by northwest? Do you know, Spyman? Oh, lower right hand corner shows the time. Oh, a button's in front of it. Okay. Oh, thank you, just stopping by. Okay, so 2100 is 950. So it looked that way at 950, and it's now 1031. Okay, thanks. Didn't see it. It's live, so there's no like time lapse. You just, all right, let's hit the live button. Hopefully they don't mind. Put the link in the description here. That's the is that an airplane right there? This is live. See that? I bet that's a plane. There's another one higher altitude up there. Whoa, what was that? Did you see that? Was that a bug? I'm gonna rewind that a second. Oh, there's sound. I'm gonna turn the sound off. But did you see that bug? Watch the black in the lower part of the screen. I think it's an insect in front of the camera. There was kind of one of them, but watch it go from right to left in a second. I just rewound it. Just stopping by, says no problem, here to help. And we're doing a fundraiser drive right now. I don't know if you can see it. If we can raise $1,000 through channel memberships, then see that? See the bug? All right, here it is. Watch it again. Right to left. I think that's an insect flying in front of the camera. There it goes. These are. I keep rewinding it. But it could be a bat because bats would trail body heat. This is infrared camera. I'm a little confused by it. So heat will show up as light. But it could be a bat. I bet you it is. Wow. So if you can join with channel memberships, there's a join button now, and the lowest there per month, and the lowest one is what, $2.99 or whatnot. Yeah. Spyman says Ontario International Airport is nearby, so you see planes come and go all night long on the can. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. What a cool resource for us. Yeah. So we've got this on the line fire. Now, I wish we could time lapse it in a way because you would see it going up and over this hill. That's right, it's pretty far away. It's zoomed. You know on the map where the camera is located, Spyman? That'd be cool to find out. Because there's the silhouette of the hill. It was down there in the ravine. Now this was what, 1700 hours, man, eerie colors. Okay, 18, so that's 6 o'clock. So 17 is 5 o'clock. But the camera changes position, rotates a little bit to the right by, what was that, 7:30? Hey, there's another something streaking. And else streaks across. Okay, so there it was up on the hill. This is 7:36, 7:55, 8 o'clock. Yep, and there's another. These airplanes look like comets because you can see the heat trailing behind them. That looks very strange. Okay. A lot of it's still down there in the valley area. Now, what's nice about the infrared camera is we can see through the smoke. Okay. Oh, yep, there's a bug. You see that? There's one that just twirled around in front of the camera. Yeah, it's insects that do that. It looks like the Wonderful World of Disney. Yes. Remember the fairy? You know, the Wonderful World of Disney, 1980s and 90s, the Tinkerbell fairy. She has a magic wand trailing stardust, and she like does the Disney logo, and there's that chime. It's like Wonderful World of Disney when insects are in front of the cam. Wow, that's neat. Just stopping by says, does everybody else see the join button? I'm not seeing it in the usual place. It never was before. It's now there. I just did it today. I tried to launch channel memberships today and have like a celebration party with it. And the line fire decided to get interrupted, so we'll have the party later. You may have to refresh, but it's supposed to be there. It's supposed to be by subscribe, you know. But join the membership, and it'll show you the tiers of tier 1 through 5 of joining and the different perks. So it's not like we're going, hey, you have to join. No, it's optional. It's to accommodate those that wanted to just set it and forget it, kind of monetary support. And anybody who has extra dough, of course, can donate a channel membership, which is called gifting, and it'll pick out random people who are watching and give them a membership to the channel for 1 month, which they can then renew if they need to, but then we still get I still get the revenue to keep going. So anybody who joins now gets the feather color of, this month. But every single month that you keep going, like your feather will keep changing colors and get cooler looking over time. So like there's a first day, I think, feather, a first month, one for being subscribed, a different color for being subscribed for 6 months, and then 12, and then 14, and then, yada, yada, yada. So if you keep the subscription active, even if it's just $2 a month, then you'll still get the cool feather colors. For people who want to support the channel with more money than that per month, then you get special perks because you go into the other tiers. So let's see if there's a way to see it on my own channel. Since I'm logged in, I don't know if it shows me. Okay, this is weird. It's always weird to click on my own stuff. Yeah, the join button is right there. If you click it, let's turn off the chat channel. That's $1.99 a month, and you get eggling status. And you can pay $4.99 a month and get chick status. Fledglings are $9.99 a month. Flyer is $25 a month, and a Phoenix is $100 a month. Now, the more people that we get, as far as who join, you get custom emoji, which is you can use the bird emoticon, which is a Phoenix. And when more people join, I can add more of the emoticons there. So you can, like the pat on the head bird, I hope will be one that people use to support me and my mods, like pat on the head, the praise. Here's holding the heart bubble right there. Here's the cool sunglasses, and you can say hi, with the bird. So cool. Yeah, Just Stopping By says, lol, I'll be at the party, but yeah, let me refresh and see. I'll absolutely join. Oh, thank you, Just Stopping By. I appreciate what you do, even though I'm on the East Coast. Certainly helps everybody there on the left side. Well, we're so grateful, I'm so grateful to you guys who help with information and contribute that way. The best way to help the channel is a like button. That's free. And spread the word. Share the channel, share the videos. And the first feather color is this green, and you go to a yellow. Then the next one will be orange for the different months of staying a member. Then you get a red, and then a purple. And then you go to the twin feathers category. You get a twin, the twin greenish blue. I'm going to call that teal. And it goes to a twin reddish color, twin orangey gold, and then twin like fire feathers. The fire feather one is for, God, I think that's 64 months or something. Let me check on my end. Let me check. But I wish I could be in a more cheerful mood to promote these, but man, it's been a hard week. But the more people that we get, the more custom emoji we could do. So remember, when you do memberships, YouTube has taken 30%. So the Cash App and PayPal are actually better ways to donate if you donate significant amounts, because then I won't lose 30%. I resisted this for a very long time because I didn't want. This is going to be weird. I've got to pause myself, otherwise it's like Catherine talking to Catherine there. You know what I mean? So it'll be Catherineception over there. The every time you go up a tier, you can click here and it says what you get. So that's step one. If you were a chick, you get to participate in members-only polls. If you're an eggling, you get your loyalty badge and a custom emoji. If you're a chick, at $5 a month, then every once in a while I'll put a poll, and it'll be members can vote, right? And it'll be silly stuff or like, what should I do with my channel kind of questions, that sort of thing. When you're a fledgling, YouTube makes me do this, right? I have to add another perk for each tier. For the fledgling tier, you'll get early access to new videos, and that doesn't mean all of them. It's not the fire, I've never put behind a paywall any life-saving advice stuff. Early access to new videos that are not about the emergency situation. That could be the documentary I'm trying to make on the Caldor, how people's lives were affected there. It could be unrelated to fire stuff, like in the off season, like we flew over Mount St. Helens. You guys want to see the videos? And then later, everybody else can view them, but they'll be early access. If you become a flyer, then you got the right to request a shout out. Like, hey, it's my cousin's birthday today. Would you like to wish him a happy birthday? I'll do a shout out for you. Like, hey, Dino's cousin Trino, happy birthday, you dog. From love, Dina. I'll be happy to do that for you. Within reason. And then for Phoenix, once a month, we'll do a member-only live stream. And this is not like fire coverage live stream. It'll be for the members. Like, what would you like to say to me? That kind of a deal. Let's look back at the other cams. But I went to have a party, where we introduce all this. Today, fire's got in the way, but that's what happens in California. Okay, it doesn't say how many memberships we've sold today, even though I have a memberships a tab over here that's supposed to keep track. Like how many total members have joined should be a button. And I don't see that as a statistic yet. It says see your members, and now it's got a couple of pages. Yay, I think we've got 28 right now. So thank you guys, you're wonderful. Hopefully we can get many more. Yeah, just stopping by says I'm on the iPad app, so that may have something to do with it. Stand by, sure. Yeah, you just hit the join button, and that's how you do it. So far, so good, guys. I'm looking at this, and fire ain't moving. It ain't moving, so it's almost 11. I think it's about time to go to bed, friends. But we'll continue monitoring it till 11. Let's look at. Here's a 3-hour time lapse of the Lakeview Big Bear 1 cam. And if people come and go as they tune in, do email me, friends, if you are having trouble participating in the chat with. We had to turn on subscriber only mode. Now, subscribing is always free. I wish YouTube would be a lot better with these terms. Like, membership is not free. Subscribing is. But everybody else is used to the word subscription to mean you pay. So my in his 80s father never knew when I was live. He only showed up twice in my chat ever. And I was like, why don't you watch the show more often, Dad? Especially when fires are near you. And he goes, oh, I don't want to pay. I said, what? And he goes, it says subscribe. And if I subscribe, I have to pay. So I don't want to have to pay to be notified when you're live. I'm like, thanks a lot, YouTube. The boomers and the older generations think subscribe is like a magazine subscription that you have to pay. So they don't even click the button. It should be called follow, because everybody knows following is free. Twitch calls it follow. X calls it follow. YouTube decides to say, oh, it's subscription. So when YouTube creates a real subscription, then they have to call it membership. And I'm just going, oh my God. This is how we creators on this platform are kind of screwed every once in a while. The way they want to do the terms. But I was hoping we could meet that goal if we got 100 people that do $10. Then we could be at 1,000, and then YouTube will match the 1,000, and boy, will that get us on our. Help me stay in business, because I quit all my day jobs and stuff to do this, and we're ad free. I don't have ad revenue from this, so I am dependent on donations. We cannot go forward, and I can't do this another year without donations. It's not just for equipment. I have to live, or I have to get a job, guys. I have to do something else. But there are plenty of streamers that make their living off of donations as long as they get big enough. We just need to have 10,000 subscribers. Then we'll have a store. And hopefully this membership stuff helps out, especially when donations just dry up in the off season. Like, what am I supposed to do on the days I'm not covering a fire, right? So people having memberships, they could at least have a set it and forget it kind of option. You know, help me live through the off season. Okay, you guys have any questions about the fire? I'm gonna call last call for it. And I wish we could talk more about memberships, but I'd rather set it up. Do you think we should do it tomorrow at 7 o'clock? Set it up so it's like a party. I just hope the fires don't get bad. Because I could do the thing where it says stream will start at, and then people enter it, and then boom, it notifies people we go live. I've never set up one of those scheduled streams before. Yep. Not too bad. Just look, just keep watching it. It's not, the activity's not too bad. And like I say, guys, they may evacuate at least the western part of Big West and southern shore of Big Bear Lake area in order to get in there and prepare structures for just in case. It's going to be a tough week. But tonight, I think what they did is they wanted to just give people as much heads up as possible. I just think they should have done it earlier yesterday. Hey, welcome, Egling. Welcome. All right, thank you. Thank you so much for just stopping by. What people can do is they can gift memberships to others, but you can't choose who. So I want to gather some people together who have supported in the past, and I want to make sure that they are taken care of. So I think 7 o'clock might be a good idea, but we'll look at the forecast tomorrow. Now here's Keller Peak 2. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Looks like some of the smoke may have blown away. I appreciate it just stopping by. You're wonderful. Now, I can do members only streams, not just for the top people. You know, I'm supposed to do it. But there's something that's supposed to be special every time we go up a tier. So the ones who are phoenixes, I can. I'm just going to ask the phoenixes, what would you like to see? It might be a special behind the scenes look, like how do I run things? How do I stream? You want me to sit down with you for an hour and teach you how to Wildfire stream, like Count Topo and like how to use it? Sure, absolutely. I plan to record everything. Nothing will be behind a paywall. Nothing. That's the idea for now. Nothing fire related, like behind a paywall. But people can see the non-emergency stuff first and have a sneak peek, and then later it's released to all. That's the idea for that. So it's still not showing on the app, but it's there on the YouTube website. Have you updated the YouTube app? That may be required. That's a bit weird. Because if you have, and I'm just not showing up on people's, like on all iPads or something, that's concerning to me. Okay. Yeah, let's just do the last 15 minutes. When you do fast time lapses, it looks like everything's going so fast, but this is pretty lazy smoke behavior. Looks like a gust every once in a while comes around. But thank you. I appreciate you going the extra mile to try to help us get supported here. So let's see, how many persons participants are in chat. It just shows 3 people. But welcome, Eglin. Now, let's see. You've restarted it, but not updated it. You'll check after the stream it's available. Okay, yeah, thanks just stopping by. Spider-Man says the last house along the shoreline is very close to the dam itself. Yeah, I just want people to understand that that could happen. Just like with the Quillisea fire, which they renamed like 4 times. Hey, my browser is the latest version. That's nice. Just like the Quillisea, which later became the Gold Ranch or whatever fire in Washoe County, over by Reno, the Reno area. They told people level 2 evacuation just before dark, just so they knew that tomorrow they'd be asked to go. It's like a prepare for level 3 tomorrow, so we can go prep your neighborhoods and make sure they're good. So just anticipate that. The fact that they said people with livestock should leave, that's my clue that at least some of this area will probably be level 3 tomorrow with daylight. But it's not the craziest emergency situation where they call level 3 tonight. So unless the wind does something crazy, I think that's the way it's going to play out. The most likely way it's going to play out. I cannot predict tomorrow because I've not been looking at what the weather is. We just got that precursory forecast that was around 9:30 tonight. That's where they're getting more confident about the weather, but we have to see tomorrow what the weather is tomorrow. Okay, friends. Remember to like, and if you want to find us again, to subscribe so you get notified whenever we go live. And subscribing really helps the channel because the algorithm promotes what's trending and what is already popular. So as soon as we get 10,000 subscriptions, we can have a store and we'll be able to survive financially a lot better. And the goal is stay ad free. We don't want ads playing during live emergencies for obvious reasons. You can go advertisement based and try to financially make it on YouTube or social media, or you could be donation based. And we'd like to stay donation based. And thank you for thank the donors for the ad free experience. Those doing Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo too. That's where YouTube does not take a cut. So those member only live streams, I'm not going to restrict. You can just do it. You can be a part of it for $2.99. Or is it $1.99? I can't remember. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Because we're calling last call. Oh, there is a hilarious thing I was going to show you guys. In funny fire news, deputies arrest suspected thieves, suspected looters within a fire evacuation warning zone, and they free their wild opossums. This was from September 11th, and I was going to read it. I think I mentioned it on my last broadcast. But a bizarre arrest unfolded Wednesday morning, which is September 11th right there, in an area under evacuation warning due to the bridge fire, after deputies allegedly found 2 people in possession of not only drugs, but evidence of theft and multiple wild opossums in their vehicle. How kind of white trash do you have to be in order to? Never mind. Around 2:30 a.m., deputies from San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, remember this is September 11th, who were patrolling the Mount Baldy area, approached a suspicious vehicle that was illegally parked in the evacuation zone. And inside said vehicle, deputies found the Ontario residents, Vincent Olivas, 32, or all of us, and Melissa Segura, 23. Sheriff's officials said the two were found to be in possession of the suspected, possession of suspected fentanyl, okay, drug paraphernalia, and items that indicated they were in the area to commit theft, which means, gloves and crowbars and gunny sacks, I imagine. Items that lockpicks probably. Items that indicated they were there to commit theft. And several wild opossums they had grabbed from the wilderness. Okay, I guess they were hungry. Oh man. There's nothing like cream of possum soup, after a hard day of doing fentanyl and robbing people, right? Olivas and Seguras were both arrested on complaints of drug possession and were booked to county jail. The opossums, the officials said, were uninjured and released back to the wild. Don't do that, please, you idiots. Possums are not native to California. They're not native west of the Rocky Mountains. They're devastating our songbird population because they eat primarily the eggs of ground nesting birds. And so, no, you don't release the invasive species back to the wild, for God's sake, unless it's back to the wild where they belong, which would be the South. Okay? That's sad. They should have been adopted. It's actually illegal to release opossums to the wild, so why did the cops do that? Like, maybe they should arrest themselves. I don't know. What, there's no rattlesnakes available? Right, that would be a better and more nutritious meal. Possums are a little tough, I hear. Although, you could put an apple in the mouth and slow roast. I have a very funny, you can't make headlines up like this, though. Let me see if I have the very funny old meme that went around. Oh, I do. All right, let me show it to you. Yeah, there's a couple of these memes. Cream possum. Maybe this is what they're trying to go for. Creamed possum and sweet potatoes garnished in coon fat gravy, man. That's a meal right there. That's breakfast of champions. Where's the one that was the Swedish chef? Remember the Swedish the one, was he on Sesame Street? Oh man, there was a funny cream of mushroom. Oh, I'm trying to find that one. It was a Swedish chef from Sesame Street or whatever, with a spoon, and he's like, "Today we're gonna cook possum," and that was a funny one. But wow, Michael Jones says, "Poor things are so slow. They're commonly hit by cars." Yeah, it's mostly males, but you should always check. The females that are hit by cars have living babies in their pouch. Remember, they're like a kangaroo. They're North America's only marsupial. So they're a kangaroo, basically, as far as they're carrying their babies. So inside the pouch are babies, and as they get a little bit older, they'll climb up on their mother's back because they can't all fit in there anymore, and they start, learning about the world and stuff. So if you do see a possum hit by a car, then check the pouch and check the back. What the babies do, and I've done several animal rescues this way with baby possums, is the babies might crawl off to the nearest shade tree and just kind of sit there clinging to the roots of a tree on the side of the road or in a ditch. Unfortunately, sometimes they'll cling to the back of their dead mother for a bit, but you can really save them But just remember, you can't take them to your average vet, and you cannot take them to the authorities. They will destroy them. You got to be on the down low. They got to be pets. You can't ethically release them to the wild. They're just there to be invasive species and devastate the bird population. So don't contribute to that problem. They also are filthy. Oftentimes, they crawl inside of carcasses and, well, eat carrion. They carry around leptospirosis and a bunch of other kind of diseases. So you need to wear gloves to get them checked out. But the babies are usually completely fine. Just the adults can have those things on them. But you want to find a vet that'll keep it on the down low and make sure it has a clean bill of health, and then find people who want possum pets. We'll keep it on the down low. The Fish and Game they don't care that much that you have possum pets, but that you can't tell them that you do, because you force their hand that they have to take action, right? So they're adorable and soft, and they can't bite you. Like they don't. The babies you have nothing to fear from holding the babies. Bare hand them, it's okay. Regular possums have only fingernails, and they're really not inclined to bite. They just hiss, and they show their big fangs, but they don't really want to bite you. But they cannot scratch you. They do not have claws. They only have fingernails. And don't worry about it. You can pick them up safely by their tail and base of the tail and walk around with them. Stick them in a bag. Whatever you got to do. Oh, do we have a watch duty update? Okay. Hey, Christopher, welcome back. I didn't get a jingle. Weird. Okay. Oh, I've muted the phone. Shoot. Okay, I needed to have only muted one of the apps. My bad, friends. My bad, friends. I forgot that it's not vibrating my wristwatch. Watch duty should be. Okay, so we have an update. Thank you for letting me know. The fire has been mapped at 42,836.6 acres by FIRA's Intel 24. Finally, we got our mapping plane before midnight. That's good. Remember, as always, perimeter advisement. Please note that the fire maps indicate general burn area, but do not detail the measures being taken to protect the buildings and homes within said burn area. Even though your home or property might be within the fire area, does not mean it's damaged or gone. It's just hitting with a broad brush here. So that's it. Is, I guess, a perimeter update. So did we get spread out this way? Is this the new section? I imagine that's what this new stuff over here is. Okay. If we refresh Caltopo, which may not have the new perimeter information yet, here's where Notice and Veers had detections earlier. Then this might show us new. Not really updated yet. Husky says, so the line fire is at 42,837. So it grew 2,700 today, or yeah, somewhere between 2,000 and 2,700 acres today. Oh, just stopping by said, on a side note, I think the gold mine camera is looking southwest or close to due south. Haven't confirmed yet, but that's the orientation. Oh, it might be due south. Oh, but I thought it was looking west by south. I thought it was looking kind of west because see the smoke is trailing off to the right side of the screen, which is the north. Edward Weiss says from the Big Bear chat room, AO evac order communicated by officers with megaphones driving through our neighborhoods. Hey, Edward Weiss, can you please paste that group in chat? You're going to be a moderator for a second. I better take a look at that. I don't know if it's the same one I'm thinking of. And welcome, Michael. Are you going to become a member? You want to become original gangster? You want to get your feather today? Pluck in your hat because you deserve it. Michael Jones says they keep drinking poisoned milk after the mom is dead too. Oh God, yeah. Just no matter what you're going to do, even if the poor things have to be put under or something, it's better than leaving them on their dead mother on the boiling pavement. If you see a possum that is somewhat intact, you know, you're either going to see two things. You're going to see a pouch and it's a female, or you're going to see the absence of a pouch and a set of balls. I mean, it's after 11, so you're going to tell the difference between males and females pretty easily. The males will be quite obvious. But when the female has nursed and stuff, you'll see the pouch is present and kind of stretched out. You'll see a couple of nipples in there. So I thought this was looking west. Bear Mountain and Big Bear. It says camera moves to location a new one every 2 minutes, but okay. Thanks, Edward. It's SoCalMountains.com fire discussion. Okay. Thank you. I don't think I've seen this one. That's July over there. Much obliged. An evacuation order is in effect for the Seven Oaks. Yep. A warning is in effect for southwestern Big Bear Lake. Yep. But which if I go into fire discussion area, off screen is what I'm looking at, guys. It's a forum with the most exciting of images. Let's check out the cams. That's Snow Summit West. Okay, let's put it on Big Bear Lake. So it's 11:11. I hate this moment. Ah, bad luck number for me. Just stopping by says you're correct. It's looking west across one of the ski resorts. Okay, cool. Cool. Thanks. From Big Bear chat room. Big Bear chat room. Okay, let me try to find it in there. I thought it would be underneath fire. Yeah. What's this? 1,200 civilians fight off a fire in Oregon. Oh, it's a link to a news article. Okay. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Okay. There are so many words. I just want to show you guys how nuts this is. I'll show it to you. If you have ADD, this is a nightmare. We want to look at everything. So when something is this busy, I'm ready to have a seizure. I need to block half of this with my hands and eyes to be able to absorb one area, because I want to hyper focus on everything that I see, and I want to investigate everything that I see. So it's like, oh God, there's so many things to look at right here. It just exploded. Okay. So what I'm looking for is this is under fire discussion. It says Nixon fire updates. But see, that was mainly from July. Vista, Mount Baldy. Why can't I sort by date? Usually you would do that right here. Because, oh well. Big Bear, Radford fire, Wildfire. Okay, vegetation fire, latest incidents. It's a cool website, but oh my God, it's busy. Map not available of latest vegetation fire in Big Bear. Okay. Yeah, is there a way to guide me through this? Just the right side area? Oh, the right side. Okay. Okay, the chat box area. All right, let's look. line incident photo. Oh, from Fire Valley Photo Girl. Okay. Check your private messages. Yeah, because I don't think that happened. It says also sounds like Marty heard from a neighbor who talked to them. A warning for now. Just be ready just in case. You'll likely get it to your phone if and when the time comes. Yeah. Looking back at that. 32 minutes ago, AO evac order communicated by officers with megaphones driving through our neighborhoods. What's AO? Angeles Oaks? Yeah, that's been under an evacuation order for hours. Oh, Angeles Oaks is what it means. So, yeah, that's already had an evacuation order for hours. I just didn't put together what AO was. Somebody says also sounds like Marty heard from a neighbor who talked to them. A warning for now. Thanks for the clarification. All right, let me bring this. Reports from the other Angeles Oaks group say that the sheriff's department is going through the neighborhood with high and low sirens and public service announcements. One resident talked to one of the officers and indicated that this was just a warning for now. They said fires trying to break over the ridge and evacuations were likely, but Angeles Oaks already is under mandatory evacuation. Am I misunderstanding what AO means? No. I'm really tired at this point. Let me double check. No, it's Seven Oaks. I'm confusing it with Seven Oaks. I'm sorry, friends. Seven Oaks is an order. And they're talking about Angeles Oaks. Okay, my mistake. Angeles Oaks, level 2. So that's, all right, go back. Yeah, they're saying, that's good info, Marty. I'm actually a little surprised they haven't ordered us to go compared to where it was last time they did so. So I hope they can hold it. Like, they've been putting in a lot of work cutting more lines even since we've returned from the last evacuation. Crazy how fast it's flared up again today, though. Yeah, people 52 minutes ago saying just saw Channel 5 reporting the fire glow showing from behind Snow Summit. It's scary. Well, yeah, it's scary, but it's behind the lines right now. So, like I said, and this person WX alert goes back to 25 minutes ago. Sounds like Marty heard from a neighbor who just talked to them. Just a warning for now. Be ready just in case. You'll likely get it to your phone if and when the time comes for level 3. Okay. Because I don't see why San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office wouldn't update their own Twitter. Why would they be going around with megaphones saying get out if they haven't called for it yet, even on Twitter? That I don't believe that's. I think that person was mistaken because that was 25 minutes ago, and that would have hit by now. KTLA just posted a 2-minute video of the line fire on YouTube. Okay. But it's time to go to sleep, guys. I just want to read the possum story as a nighttime closer. So it seems fake news. Fake news about Angeles Oaks being evacuated right now. It's Angeles Oaks is still level 2. Now the order for Seven Oaks is hours and hours old. Now I imagine that somebody could be going through Seven Oaks with a megaphone saying, "Get out if you haven't yet." Because there's always some people who don't know about the evacuation order that everybody assumes, oh, my neighbor over there knows. If somebody was asleep all day or working hard or doesn't have TV, radio, or internet service in like a cabin around a corner, oftentimes people are forgotten about like that. The elderly that have their hearing aids out, they need to be alerted. So they'll go around with megaphones and whatnot, but I don't think it's Angeles Oaks that they're saying like, go now, no. All right, we'll watch that thing about KTLA. Then I always curse it when I say I'm about to go to bed. All right, KTLA's YouTube. KTLA. KTLA 5. Videos. Line flares up. Okay, let's go ahead and drop that as a link. Here's KTLA's little blurb. This was 29 minutes ago. Okay, what did they say about it? Yeah, please go there and hit the like button and support them. Support journalism. Love them.
Evacuation orders been issued and others are under evacuation warnings.
KTLA's Carlos Acedo
sorry.
joins us live from Highland with the very latest. Carlos, what's it like on the ground
So sorry that was so loud. I didn't mean it to be.
tonight?
We're at Korean Highway 330 behind me is closed in both directions as officials try to gain a handle on this stubborn fire. As you mentioned, things blew up late this afternoon, forcing several evacuations.
Evacuation of this area is required. Esta área debe ser evacuada de emergencia.
See, there's a megaphone saying evacuation ordered, but that's Seven Oaks.
There you can hear deputies with the San Bernardino County Sheriff going around telling residents they need to evacuate as a line fire reignited Sunday afternoon. An evacuation warning is in place for the Boulder Bay area of Big Bear from the dam east to Wild Rose Lane.
What?
Place for the deputies with the San Bernardino County Sheriff going around telling residents they need to evacuate as a line fire reignited Sunday afternoon. An evacuation warning is in place for the Boulder Bay area of Big Bear from the dam east to Wild Rose Lane. A mandatory evacuation order is in place for the community of Seven Oaks, while an evacuation warning has been issued for the community of Angeles Oaks. Residents who require additional time to evacuate were told to leave immediately, especially the elderly and those with pets and livestock. Now here's a different view of the flare-up on the Big Bear Lake Cam. Fallsville School.
Cumberland Lane and Sheffield Lane.
Sorry, the radio is still on. I want to make sure that wasn't fire info. Okay, here we go.
In Forest Falls will be closed Monday. As a result, the line.
Evacuation 76.
That's what I'm listening. That's what I'm listening to when I suddenly stop talking. I'm hearing things like that, and it makes me look crazy if I mute it for you guys. But I'm constantly listening to this radio. It's pretty distracting and annoying. So I just sit here kind of making funny faces, going, what? Yeah, okay. But hey, here we go. Let's rewind it a little bit.
Cam Falls.
Hey, Moo Cow, how are you doing?
School in Forest Falls will be closed Monday. As a result, the line fire has torched more than 40,000 acres since igniting at the beginning of this month, destroying several structures and injuring 4 people. The line fire is believed to have been intentionally set on September 5th. There is a heat advisory for the area.
By a suspected arsonist, you really need to elaborate on that, and he's been arrested already. Like, that don't alarm the public by just saying it seems to have been intentionally lit, and then that's it. That's alarming. I mean, they may assume that everybody already knows in that area, but people will tune in from around the world. So, but always be on the lookout, guys. They think that the accused arson suspect, who is under arrest, and they already have him, who's a FedEx employee, well, ex now, I'm sure, who travels around like every day, and probably lit others. They do think he lit others. So if you have any information about that sort of thing, please do go to the authorities.
Intentionally set on September 5th, there is a heat advisory for the area as we are expecting triple-digit temps, and of course that is perfect recipe for fire danger, fire disaster with the dry conditions we're experiencing. Now there are roughly 1,700 fire personnel fighting this blaze. Containment stands at 83%. That's the latest from Highland. Carlos Salcedo, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Carlos, thank you.
Okay, so good assessment, but yeah, we're still going. I was supposed to go to bed now, but the area will probably go level 3 tomorrow. They'll probably be wanting to the Big Bear Lake area people out so that they can set up to do structure protection.
Medic Engine 4.
Just if the worst scenario happens, because we've got bad weather coming in. We should be celebrating anything that burns off tonight, and as it holds. The brighter that is, the better it is. As long as it stays right there behind the lines. Because we want all the fuel to burn off as much as it can tonight. Before the,
Medic Engine 4.
well, I just
Medic Engine 4?
turn off that radio. We want as much fuel tonight to burn off because we don't want it to happen in the heat of the day in the 15 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts. We're going to have a whole 15% humidity tomorrow. Yay. Triple digit temps eventually. That'll help the region. Hold on to your butts. Yeah, you need rain, lots of rain. Hey, Moo Cow, we're doing anybody who's just tuned in, this is last call for info. Remember, those in level 2 right now, they're probably waiting for daylight to tell you about level 3. Go now if you have your needs, special needs, vulnerabilities, somewhere else to go. Avoid that damn traffic is my advice. Expect there might be a huge traffic jam in a level 3 called tomorrow, like a go now. And that'll probably be so that they can just prep the area and just want people away from it so they can room to work, The threat to the community we have to assess tomorrow because we won't know about tomorrow's weather until tomorrow occurs. They're still trying to figure out how bad it'll be for the heat wave this week. So I can't give any kind of speculation about how safe are the communities. I don't know. Right now, though, the wind is not blowing straight to them. So right now, they're not in danger. It's just a general threat for the area. So they're calling it. If something changes, like a big wind gust happens tonight or freak weather, of course, that changes immediately. But they didn't do level 3 because they got lucky with the wind direction right tonight. It's pretty calm. Yeah, it's 41 degrees now in Big Bear. Yeah. So tomorrow, what was the forecast? What was the high? Um, 82-ish. That's because 7,000 elevation, nearly October, 82. Okay. The last thing we're going to watch is that. What does La Niña mean for California? This is an 18-minute video, but at least I love this lady. We'll look at the ABC 10 weather lady and see what this really could mean. Because welcome to Santa Ana wind season, guys, on October 1st. Yikes. Yikes. Christopher Luttrell says, can you watch Studio Update? Hey, I'll give you that link in a minute. Is it Watch Duty? Oh, okay. That's San Bernardino County. Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Christopher. Shelter info. Red Cross has opened a new evacuation center to help those impacted by the line fire. That's something I was wondering about is if they're asking people to leave tonight, where are they supposed to go? So it's Redlands East Valley High School. I will retweet this, friends. Thank you so much, Christopher. So Redlands East Valley High School. Now let's watch a little bit of this about tracking the developing La Nina, California's winter weather impacts. This came out 2 weeks ago, but we'll see. What does it kind of mean?
We are tracking a developing La Nina and the winter impacts we could see heading into the rainy season. I'm ABC 10 Chief Meteorologist Monica Woods, and this always tends to get a little bit of excitement when we talk about El Nino or La Nina, given the past of what we've seen in terms of catastrophic flooding in parts of California. Now, the area of focus that we're looking at for sea surface temperatures warming or cooling is called Nino 3.4. So here's the continental United States, just up to the north of us here. This is going to be South America, and it's generally kind of in between the eastern and western Pacific. And we're looking at our sea surface temperatures warmer or cooler than normal. And there is a threshold. Right now we're in what's called a neutral phase, and that's because we're less than 0.5 degrees Celsius above or below normal. Now when we enter...
Okay, some people are like, why are we watching this about El Nino, La Nina? Almost all of California's extreme weather occurs because of the La Nina, El Nino cycle. The Pacific Ocean generates the weather, basically, that mostly affects California. I'm using these terms loosely, but you stay with me here. So its temperature differences, it depends on what kind of storm is going to occur, what kind of winds, blah, blah, blah. Now, I must reiterate, the big flood years, the big fire years, they're almost always a La Nina or a El Nino year for those seasons. Now, people say, well, what does La Nina mean for Southern California? Oh, that would be nice if there was a little book like that. It works like this, like 70% of the time, La Nina for Southern California means blah. And the other percent of the time, it means the opposite. Some weather people, they do it different, like a 65% of the time versus 35% of the time. So that's what sucks. You can look at what happens most La Nina years for, like, say, Southern California. What happens most El Nino years? But there's no guarantee. So what the hell does that mean? It just means that La Nina and El Nino are associated with extreme weather events. She'll continue, but there's the most of the time version of events and the but occasionally. Okay, that works for every single region. I was asked by David Seaprobe yesterday, what does La Nina winter usually mean for Portland? And it's like, well, 70% of the time it means, but it always means that there's extremes. So that's why we're watching this.
To the La Nina phase, that's when we're 0.5 degrees Celsius cooler than average, and conversely, El Nino is going to be that 0.5 degrees Celsius warmer than average. Again, right now we're neutral, but it is trending towards more favorable conditions into what looks like a more weak La Nina. Here's a look at some of the ensemble models that we've been looking at, dynamic and statistical models. That is in the green and the red kind of.
It's time for some chocolate, friends. You want some Kit Kats? I'll share them with you.
Bold-faced lines there. And it does appear that we're going to stay in this neutral phase for the next couple of months, not really starting to see more of that amplification until roughly November. Again, Every month, we continue to watch this to see if there's any sort of changes in this. This is a look at the sea surface temperature anomalies right now. And again, it's a little hard to sometimes get your bearing when we're looking at a flat map. But here's the United States and then, of course, Central America, so Central and South America. And this is where we're going to look right in this region right here. And you can see a lot of blue indicating cooler than average. It just hasn't met that threshold of that 0.5 degrees Celsius cooler than average yet. It's trending that way. And one of the things is these are just surface temperatures of the water. When we go up underneath that, we look at what is happening below the surface, and are winds going to support moving that colder than average water towards the coast and then back towards that Niño 3.4 area there. And it does indicate from these Kelvin waves that we're looking at those anomalies being a little bit cooler. Again, that's below the surface. And with the way that the winds are shaping up, it's very likely that we will see a developing La Niña phase of ENSO. All right, here's a look at the La Niña pattern and the precipitation pattern. That typically is what happened. Now I'm going to unfold a little bit about what happened with the last La Niña, and you're going to see this doesn't always pan out. So it favors a wetter than average Pacific Northwest and extreme Northern California and drier Southern California, as that jet stream predominantly is to the north of us. Again, that's the typical pattern, but that's not always what happens. So here's a look at how all of this starts to shift with our equatorial Pacific waters. We see these weak trade winds. Again, we're going to be looking at basically a La Niña phase here. This is El Nino. That's what we're kind of coming out of. And then what's going to happen in the La Niña phase is we get stronger trade winds. That's going to allow that cooler water to kind of back up into that Niño 3.4 region and allow that La Niña to persist. Now, what happens, as I mentioned, is typically a wetter than average Pacific Northwest, drier towards the southern part of the state. Statistically speaking, this is how each region of California has shaped up. Along the coast, in the northern part, it has been kind of equal wet to normal and favorably dry. A little bit on the drier side for Central California. And here's where you see that pie chart really favoring a much drier than average Southern California. That being true as well for parts of the mountains. So unfortunately, we wouldn't necessarily want to see that because a third of our water supply comes from that snowpack. As we look at the state as a whole, you can see over what has happened with weak La Niñas, and it does appear, as I mentioned, it is going to be a weaker phase of La Niña. And overall, weak La Niñas have been dry throughout the state. There have certainly been years, and you can pinpoint them here in 1995-96, where we had a much wetter than average, almost from central to northern California. 1964-65, kind of in the same category. And then back in 1950-51, we had a huge snowpack, actually, for this year. So each year definitely has to be looked at independently. This is just more of a statistical analysis and overview of what we've seen. All right, let's break it down into both all La Niñas, and then we'll talk about the weak, the moderate, and the strong. So precipitation averages, and you can see some of the averages here throughout the state. They vary a little bit here when we take a look at all La Niña events together. But now let's break it down. Weak La Niña events. So this would be more in line of what we're expecting to see this time of year. We see more favorable conditions to the northern part of the state, but not terribly bad through the southern parts of California. It's just near to slightly below average, whereas Northern California near to slightly above average. Okay, let's take a look at a moderate event. Now, you may remember back in 2022-23, we had a moderate La Niña event. We had huge rain and historically a record-setting snow in parts of the central, and it was a record setter in the southern Sierra Nevada. So this was a huge water year for us. We see typically near to slightly above average precipitation for Northern California, and once again near to below for Southern California. When we take a look at strong La Niña events, it's near to slightly above for Northern and near to below average for Southern California. So there's really not too many shifts in what we see here, but overall, it does appear that Northern California favors a wetter than average than, say, Southern California. Okay, I mentioned that 2022-23 water year. Prior to that, so that was a moderate La Nina. I keep trying to not say El Nino, La Nina. We were deep into drought. This is when the emergency drought declaration went into an effect throughout the entire state. We just had 19 counties last week come out of that because we saw dramatic improvements. Because of the water year 2022-23, we essentially dug out of drought in just one water year in that moderate La Nina phase. So it's very possible we can get huge rain coming in. This is, by the way, the latest drought monitor here, and we did see a little bit of increase. That's going to be way over towards the tip in the desert area, which is pretty predictable when we head through the dry season. Monsoon season wasn't huge for us, so we just saw dryness starting to grow. Also, we saw record-setting temperatures, and that attributed to some of the growing drought conditions as well. All right, let's take a look at digging out of the drought, what that means, because drought in California has a lot of different layers to it. One of the biggest ones is how are our reservoirs faring? Shasta is our biggest reservoir in the state. And when we look at the line here, right here, this is where the reservoir was in 2021-22. Again, heading into that moderate.
That's nice. I don't care. What does it mean? Yeah, all those people, remember all the hype that was made of they showed Lake Oroville especially. Look how California's drought is so severe. And yeah, it was years ago. But when the next part of the conversation is what's always what I roll my eyes at. People say it'll take like 30 years of rain to make up for that drought. Or it'll take decades of rain, or it'll take many years. No, just it'll be over the first big heavy snowpack year we have. Trust me. Haven't lived in California very long if you don't know about that. Our droughts end suddenly with sudden extreme floods. California is a place of extremes because of its geography, period. It always will be that way. There's no way we could change the climate to make it less extreme. It just is that way because of the La Nina, El Nino cycle. I don't know what else to say about that. But people who come from other states who just expect California to have normalcy for many years and then occasional extreme. No, extreme is the normal. That's welcome to the state.
Have ended up for this water year. It's very likely we're not going to add a whole lot to it. It's going on this fourth. That's where we saw over.
I wish there would be a summary. Like, yeah, here at the end. Like, where on the map is it likely cooler, likely warmer? The climate outlook in general. Let's get to that part.
That we're going to head into La Nina. The way that things are playing out, it looks like most of the models show more so into November than, say, late September, early October. It's going to trend later and later, kind of peaking right through the winter season when we typically get 50% of our precipitation. Could be a really interesting December, January, and February. All things considered, you can get that one storm that is just a complete whopper and causes catastrophic flooding. So it doesn't take a duration of multiple events. It can be one event that just has a prolonged period of wetness. The first fall rain for us usually hits about October 7th with over 1/10 of an inch of rain. Now, the latest day we had at least 1/10 of an inch was December 11th. And the first day last year was pretty close to average on October 10th. But then we just dried out. We didn't see a whole lot after that. So the first rain doesn't necessarily mean, oh, the storm door is open, here we go. It just means, okay, we at least got something in here. With each successive rain event, it helps to kind of put down some extreme fire conditions. And we've certainly seen our fair share this year throughout the state. The 8 to 14-day climate outlook does favor a likely cooler weather.
Not the 8 to 14-day look. This is from weeks ago. I want a look at, like, what do we expect for the, what do we expect All right, like yeah, here's where she goes 60, 30%, and then the wild card things. All right, let's look. Let's just highlight this part. I was away in the other room, refreshing myself, so I just need to refresh this part. Let's take
longer trade winds. That's
yeah. Good night, Grumpy Gamer guys. Spyman wants me to check the cam right before we go to bed. Sure. Remember, guys, hit the like button on your way out and hit join, please. We're gonna do this. If we can raise $1,000 in 15 days, YouTube matches it, and we'll get some really good gear. They'll put me on the road, guys. We'll do some special stuff. So consider that, but we'll also be running the membership drive tomorrow. We will look at the cam again real quick. Spyman request. Looks like it went right up to their lines and stopped. It ain't moving past this spot. So yeah, we'll look at it again. Let's finish this. Learning about La Nina, what that might mean for us.
going to allow that cooler water to kind of back up into that Niña 3.4 region and allow that La Nina to persist. Now, what happens, as I mentioned, is typically a wetter than average Pacific Northwest dry.
This is 65, 70% of the time wetter than average Pacific Northwest. But whether or not it's colder and wetter or hotter and wetter,
drier towards the southern part of the state. Statistically speaking, this is how each region of California has shaped up. Along the coast, in the northern part, it has been kind of equal wet to normal and favorably dry. A little bit on the drier side for Central California. And here's where you see that pie chart really favoring a much drier than average Southern California. That being true.
All right, I'm getting so. This is a bit confusing. Why do you call it El Nino Southern Oscillation at the top and then to the right say it's La Nina? Okay, then the graphics could be a lot more clearer for people. Like, what if somebody's deaf looking at this? Well, what are the pie charts about then? Just put La Nina there because yeah, it's called the El Nino Southern Oscillation Cycle, but we're talking about La Nina. Okay.
True as well for parts of the drier side for Central California. And here's where you see that pie chart really favoring a much drier than average Southern California. That being true as well.
I don't want to hear this. I don't want it to be mostly dry.
For parts of the mountains. So unfortunately, we wouldn't necessarily want to see that because a third of our water supply.
The other flip to the coin is it colder or hotter than usual? It says 60% of the El Ninos have been pretty dry when they have weak La Ninas. So 60% of La Ninas have been dry. 30% of the weak La Ninas of California have been near normal, and 10% of weak La Ninas have been wet. Okay.
Supply comes from that snowpack. As we look at the state as a whole, you can see over what has happened with weak La Ninas, and it does appear, as I mentioned, it is.
Thank you, Grumpy Gamer guy. We'll talk soon.
Going to be a weaker phase of La Nina, and overall, weak La Ninas have been dry throughout the state.
Moe's isn't bad. Probably third on my list for clam chowder. My great aunt, she knew the secret recipe for Moe's chowder, and she was a waitress at the time, and she served lunch all the time to Paul Newman. He was the one who popularized Moe's, really got them their start when they were filming Once a Great Notion at Kernville, Oregon. It's a ghost town. I hope we could do a watch party one day and watch it together. It's a brutal movie, but really good. But anyway, good night there.
Certainly been years, and you can pinpoint them here in 1995-96, where we had a much wetter than average, almost from central to northern California. 1964-65, kind of in the same category. And then back in 1950-51, we had a huge snowpack, actually.
Right, that's weak La Nina. I remember for the 1996 winter, from 96 to 97, was El Nino again, and we had epic floods. That was a bad year.
For this year. So each year definitely has to be looked at independently. This is just more of a statistical analysis and overview of what we've seen. All right, let's break it down into both all La Niñas, and then we'll talk about the weak, the moderate, and the strong. So precipitation average.
Oh, God, if there's a different chart for the weak, the moderate, and the strong for all La Niñas and all El Niños, and then you break it down between, well, 70% of the time for each single one of those. Hold on to your butts is all we got to say. See, weather forecasting is in its infancy still, clearly.
Averages, and you can see some of the averages here throughout the state. They vary a little bit here when we take a look at all La Niña events together. But now let's break it down. Weak La Niña events. So this would be more in line of what we're expecting to see this time of year. We see more favorable conditions to the northern part of the state, but not terribly bad through the southern parts of California. It's just near to slightly below average, whereas Northern California near to slightly above average. Okay, let's take a look at a moderate event. Now, you may remember back in 2022-23, we had a moderate La Niña event. We had huge rain and historically a record-setting snow in parts of the central, and it was a record setter in the southern Sierra Nevada. So this was a huge water year for us. We see typically near to slightly above average precipitation for Northern California, and once again, near to below for Southern California. When we take a look at strong La Niña events, it's near to slightly above for Northern and near to below average for Southern California. So there's really not too many shifts in what we see here, but overall, it does appear that Northern California favors better than.
Okay, I gotta sneeze. I was just gonna say, excuse me. Okay, I regret playing this video. This is an 18-minute long disaster of what? What does this mean? She's great. She's great at what she does, but what can we expect? In quick summary is, what we most likely want to know. And we just need a quick chart, All right, let's just go back to fires. Well, I'll study that tomorrow when my brain's alive. But I've gotten such little sleep because of the bad family news last couple of days. And, I'll try to find charts for us that, now it's been several weeks since that video that will be easy explainers. I've seen them before, but it looks like the fire's still going away, but it's not chugging away, but it's not moving. It's staying right there. Big. Check our evacuation. Sheriff's office in Bernadino County. No new posts since 3 hours ago. So let's get our rest for tomorrow. Last call. Anybody have any questions about the situation here? Line fire or any others? Okay. Yep, Snow Summit South again. We can do like a 3-hour time lapse. Weird how the sky goes greenish and stuff. When you can see the stars with the shutter being that wide open and light sensitivity of the cameras. The sky has a lot of colors in it. We just can't normally see them. You ever seen like purple and greenish Milky Way shots with really nice cameras? Yeah. We could have seen Northern Lights a couple of times, so I reset my schedule to be up at night, and I was going to stream that live just for us to have clouds roll in. So this happened several times this year, every single time, every single night. clouds rolled in. We could not see the northern lights near Portland. Even though we had a pretty cloud-free summer, we had a pretty dry and, for the most part, blissfully good weather summer. We had a couple of weeks where we had heat waves that were uncomfortable, of course, but it's been freaking gorgeous. Hey, yeah, hearts band, guys. Okay, last call is over. Thank you, friends, for being here. Thank you, mods, donors, everybody. And please consider becoming a member. And if we, that'll be the easiest way for $2.99 to help us reach the goal of 1,000 and maybe get it matched by YouTube if I signed up for all the paperwork correctly. So I need to wait and see with the doctor tomorrow if I can go to which days I can go to California so that I can still maintain my surgery date of November 6th. I don't know if I have to leave immediately to be back by the 23rd or if I have to leave after the 16th to see the surgeon first and then have to be back just after Halloween. But yes, I would like, we are still going to California, friends. Hey, John Sater, good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys. And thank the donors and the members for the ad-free experience, friends. Thank you, John. We'll be back and assess the situation tomorrow there. And this sucks. This line fire sucks. I'd be very emotional today if this happened to me, because it looked like it was winding down. But hey, they better not release the arson on bail is all I gotta say. The accused arsonist. I can't even imagine the community rage down here. I can't express publicly some of my inner thoughts about what I think about arsonists. So the calm in my voice when I talk about them is absolutely a sort of journalistic restraint. Okay. Remember, guys, don't go to sleep and don't watch the cameras all night. Go to sleep. You got a tougher day tomorrow. Tonight is pretty mild. But hey, sometimes the weather forecast turns out to be better than the forecast. Excuse me. Just gotta wait to see what tomorrow will bring. Remember, it's good as long as it stays within its lines right here. This is all very good and very protective. Whatever it burns away tonight cannot burn tomorrow or any other time. So good night, friends. Thank you, all the donors, everybody who's been with us, everyone who's shared with us their local observations and their wisdom and knowledge. Thanks everybody who's hit the like button, all the viewers, all the mods. Thank you so much, donors. Very grateful. Now remember, when you've done all that you could do, you've done all you could do. That's when you can just relax. So stay safe, friends. I love you all. See you tomorrow. Good night.